Orange tea.
Hey guys, I'm Tim.
And I'm Mike.
Yes, and this is the Board Game Rundown, and we are live from, well, my basement, and Mike is upstairs, not in a basement, correct?
No, I'm in the kitchen.
Yeah, so we cover
talk on camera.
so we cover games from the ground up, I guess. That's what we're going with. As you all know, our normal Mike, other Mike is he's on a cruise in Alaska having an awesome time. I keep getting pictures from him. He's he's living it up out there.
He is.
So
he's in Ketchikan today, I believe.
Yeah. So, and then I put in the comments we're late because Mike and I were talking off camera, and then Donnie, you are correct. We should just talk on camera.
Well, it depends because you don't want to hurt people's feelings sometimes.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were having a little bit of shop talk, some behind the scenes stuff going on, but it's all good. Good to see Dave and Di in here, Andrew. All you guys, thank you for being here. Tonight, we will eventually talk about our top 5 under the radar games. These are some hidden gems. I know I put in the Discord, like all of mine are going to be available to buy like easily. Like most of mine are. 2 of mine probably are not, but one of them you can get in a different form. I'll say that. But
interesting.
I try to talk, and I also try to grab some games that I don't always talk about. Because it's real easy to just be like, these are my 5 favorite games that you don't know about and you should know about. But did you have any other parameters on your list, Mike?
No, I tried to keep it prior to the pandemic because I know there's that time period where all this shit happened where like games really didn't get their moment in the sun, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they were due to come out, or their big release was going to be at Gen Con, and then the world shut down. So like that was all weird. So there's a moment in time where there are some, and I think it could create an interesting topic for another show, but games that came out in that period that fell short because of what was going on globally.
Yeah, you've got a whole different perspective on it too. So that's really interesting. I like that. I appreciate that.
I got one that's modern. It came out last year, and I don't know why people aren't talking about it more. And then all of the others are the 4 others are 2018 and prior.
Nice. Yeah, my list I could have had 20 games on this list. But yeah, that's cool. That's really interesting. And then it would be really cool to just do a whole, like a top 5, a whole list on games that got squashed by the pandemic.
Yep.
So maybe there will be a second life for those games at some point in time.
And these games, like I have 2 from 2014 and 1 from 2013 that when they were happening, I'm sure they were being talked about, right? Like things were coming out at a slower pace back then. They weren't coming out at 5,000 games a year like they are now. So in 10 years ago, it's a little bit different of a gaming industry 10 years ago, as it was 5 years ago, as it was 15 years ago. So I'm sure at some point these games were higher on the BGG rating list, maybe brought more to game nights. But I think they deserve, if you hadn't heard of them, they deserve a look.
Yeah. And again, like, sometimes it's just a nice opportunity to spotlight a small studio or, an indie designer and be like, look, man, they've got this awesome game. Like, y'all should really check it out. If you like X, Y, and Z, I think you're going to like, this. And there's some pretty good variety from my games. Weirdly enough, though, 4 out of my 5 are like small box games, which was totally just a coincidence. Because I'm just like, I was like walking around like my game room and I'm like grabbing stuff off the shelf. And I'm like, well, I haven't talked, this one's good. Like people, and one of them I just learned about at Gen Con, but it's been out for a couple of years. And I'm like, how have I not known about this game? Like, I really like this game. Like I was taught it at Gen Con and was just like, holy crap. I apologize to the designer because I'm like, I feel like I should say I'm sorry to you because I really like your game and I've never heard of it until today.
That's cool. That's what it's about, though, right? Like games that maybe we like that other people aren't playing or haven't been playing, or games that we like. I just played Thieves from Queen Games with Dave and Diana. And,
yeah.
and that's 2013, I think, at a tabletop day. It's Saturday, and I had never I know there's a Tomb Raider version, not Tomb Raider like Lara Croft Tomb Raider, but it's called Thieves to Tomb Raiders, and then there's
okay.
but I never played the base game, and it was awesome. Like I really liked it.
I have it on my shelf and I have not played it. I think a friend of mine gave it to me like 2 years ago because I'm like, yeah, I want Thebes. Like I've heard great things and I've never gotten it to the shelf or to the table. Some of that is just like, oh, boohoo, I review games and then have to do other stuff. But I know, terrible problem to have. But like
tough,
hearing,
right? Like I said, having all those games that come out every year, like it's trying to keep up with what's coming out. It's a challenge. It really is. I mean, it's first world problems, but it's a challenge to keep up with the hotness and the new stuff. And
oh my gosh. Yeah, it is. It is. And, and sometimes it is nice though, to just like, pump the brakes and only just play games that I like when we're doing smaller get-togethers or like, things like that. Or if we all get over to like Mike's house, and like a bunch of people show up and it's like, I'm just playing games I like this weekend or games I want to learn that have been out and I haven't had the chance to learn. But like hardly ever, I kind of stay away from the hotness on some of those weekends just because it's like, I can do that, doing that all of the other time, so. And yes, like David Godfrey said, please, everybody give us a little thumbs up, like, subscribe, all of that good stuff. It would be much appreciated. Mike, you have already been live today, right? You already did a live stream today. Is this your second one of the day?
It was recorded.
Oh, okay.
So this is my third time in front of the computer talking about geeky shit this week. So.
I know, and it's only Wednesday.
It's only Wednesday. Yep, we got another one coming either later tonight or tomorrow. We have another one coming. So that's the Scryfly that Chris and his brother Daniel have been doing. And today was the first video for the first episode of Ahsoka. So we talked about it was the first time on the show for me. They've been doing it with Strange New Worlds and a bunch of other things. It's under the full umbrella, but we talked about episode 1 of Ahsoka on that one, and now we got to do episode 2 either after this show or tomorrow at some point.
So spoiler alert, Mike and Chris and his brother all hated it, thought it was terrible, and it's the worst Star Wars stuff ever. Or it's actually pretty damn good. One or the other. I'm not sure which.
It was definitely the latter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I both episodes are out. You've seen both, yeah? You watched?
Yes,
both?
I watched both.
God, it's so good.
I thought for a minute they were going to kill a known character.
Sure, yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, they're going to do this.
Yeah.
Because I feel like everything that I've seen in the trailers, with the exception of the appearance of one character, everything I've seen in the trailers felt like it was in the first 2 episodes.
Sure.
Like, lots of the lightsaber combat and like, oh, that character's in it. Oh, they're doing that character. Like, so I don't know how spoiler people are. So yeah, David said no spoilers. So I won't. Yeah, I'll just keep it very generic. But I had a good time with it. And I am a movies. I come more from the movies side. My issue with Clone Wars was when I first started to watch it. Well, it wasn't at its strongest. A lot of TV series, they take time to build and kind of grow, and characters kind of figure out what they're doing with characters. And then the nail in the coffin for me with the animated series Clone Wars was the movie, where they were like carrying around the Jabba the Hutt baby slug thing, and I was like, I'm out. Like I just can't. Like, I'm sure there's an audience for this. It's not me. And then I started watching animated stuff again when Rebels came out, because my daughter was like kind of at the right age. And then it was also like, I want to watch it. I'm curious about it. And I haven't finished Rebels, but Rebels is fantastic. I mean, some of the episodes are more exciting than others, but for the most part, it's pretty cool. I really enjoy a lot of it. And then, yeah. I'm a fan of all of the movies, even the bad ones and with their shortcomings. There's stuff I can find in every Star Wars movie, live action, that I can enjoy 100%.
Yeah, we've talked about it on the full 42 often. Give me all of it. Even the bad stuff is still good.
I'll watch that holiday special, man. I'll do it.
I mean, there's some exceptions. But yeah, keep giving me the stuff. For those that haven't delved into the animated stuff, it is a little bit of a step to watch the first season of Clone Wars, the first 2 seasons of Clone Wars. If you are going into Clone Wars, go online and look up the correct order to watch them. Yeah. So the way that they were released and the way that you would think to go on season 1, episode 1, it's not the way to do it. There's actually a way to watch them where the first episode you're supposed to watch is in season 3. It's like season 3, 18 or something dumb.
Okay.
But watching them out of order could really ruin it for you. That said, and we've talked about this on the 42 before, some of the best Star Wars moments come from Rebels and Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Joke, some of the most heartbreaking, the most sincere, the most energetic, the biggest adventures. A lot of what Filoni's been doing in the animated stuff now.
That dude
has just been bonkers good.
That dude, they should just let him write whatever he wants for Star Wars.
I mean, Dave Filoni,
right? He kind of is now, right? Yeah, between him and Favreau, like they have been just crushing it with Star Wars.
Yeah, I would go if for no spoilers, if you haven't, David, if you haven't watched it yet, and hopefully you have, but if you haven't watched any of the Rebels stuff, it will definitely help seeing Rebels before you watch Ahsoka. You don't need it though. They do a really good job of bringing you into the world without knowing the backstory. But there's a lot of punches that happen that will make it even better when you watch it. And I would even go one step further and it's probably about a half an hour and watch Tales from the Jedi, episodes 1 and episode 5, the ones that give you a little bit of Ahsoka background, because her character, she's one of my favorites. Her character is amazing, and they really, from Clone Wars right on through to what they've given us just yesterday at 9:00. It's some of the best stuff I've ever seen.
Now, is Ahsoka your number one character?
Yes, I would say overall my number one human character.
Oh, sure.
Sentient character, not droid or it's a battle with me and Chopper and R2. The more I see Chopper, the more I watch Rebels, because I'm watching it with Luca again. His attitude, his snarkiness, you can almost understand what he's saying when they respond. Yeah. It's just Chopper's really good.
I feel like, and this isn't a spoiler, but Chopper, live action Chopper, it was great to see. Sure. It was really great to see live action Chopper. I feel like they pulled it off very well. It felt seamless. Like I felt like exactly the same, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. Episode 1, episode 2, both of them, there's as much of a learning curve in watching Ahsoka as there was from because I had come to the animated stuff late. It wasn't really till Chris was pushing me when we started the show that I went back and started watching that stuff, because in my head it was just an animated kids show, and I had no idea how unbelievable it was. And I went right from Clone Wars right into Rebels, and that jump in animation style, because Clone Wars had given us the 7th season and it was all modern and it was only done.
Oh, right.
So that jump from animation style in Clone Wars to animation style in Rebels was it took a second. And then watching Rebels right on through the 4 seasons was great, great storytelling, great characters, great everything. And now watching what is essentially Rebels season 5, getting those characters that you've grown to love in animated style, and now watching them in live action, it's another one of those, okay, take a minute, right? This is going to be a little bit of a jolt, but they do it really well. There were a couple little nitpicks that we had, but they do it really well.
They seeded the way they even seeded Ahsoka in with the Mandalorian in season 2. I mean, that might be my favorite episode out of that season, with the exception of the finale. I loved the finale, but that is just because I'm an old school Star Wars guy. So for those that know, the finale of season 2 of Mandalorian, I get choked up just thinking about it. I was so ramped up for that. I remember watching that and just being like, no, they're not. They, what? And then as it happened, you're just like, so I
stopped reading. I sat up in my seat. You knew exactly what was happening. There's no way that's happening. It was another one of those moments. But man, I mean, what they've been doing with the Mandalorian, even with Boba Fett and bringing some of the characters in. Like, I love how Filoni is taking, like, Disney takes Star Wars and says, okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna take everything and put it on a shelf and just forget about it. They're legend. They're not canon. They exist in their own thing, whatever. And then Filoni comes in like, nah, no, this is coming back and this is coming back. Oh, and this was really good. And he's taking all these bits of what was now not canon and bringing them right back into like the time to have that stuff. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yes, I mean, when you are going to involve the Tyrant of Lothal, one of the best villains ever, it is because that. So I thought that this season might like borrow from. Did you ever read any of the Timothy Zahn Star Wars books?
Stuff? Yeah,
so like Heir to the Empire and stuff, because there was like a Jedi, but it was a clone, and they're trying to figure out some stuff. And I thought, just from watching the trailers, I'm like, oh, are they doing that? I mean, stuff is yet to be seen, but it doesn't look like they're doing that. But I thought for a minute that they might be doing something along those lines.
Well, she literally says the words "Heir to the Empire," right? Like that's a direct nod to Zahn's trilogy of
right.
Like it's. I just watched the episode today. Well, I started it yesterday before the show, but before watching Ahsoka. But the episode, the last episode of the defeat of the Tyrant, right?
Oh, right.
Oh my God! Like it's amazing. And now I'm looking at, like, as soon as I was done watching or recording the thing with Chris and his brother, I went and put on the opening to Ahsoka with that that star map that's happening in the beginning, and it's just the intro, like. The opening credits of the show, like you would House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones. And I'm like, nothing there is by accident. Nothing there is filler. Everything means something. And now I'm just like notepad and paper, like just give me it all. It's so great.
Well, even the new like very, very first opening thing where they just flash on the helmets. Yeah. And the helmets are changing and there's new helmets in that even. I was like, Oh yeah, let's go.
All of it. Every one of those, everything you watch at Star Wars has something different in that opener.
Yeah. The attention to detail is really good. I'm really hoping that they can, with the next iteration of movies that they decide to do, I really hope that they can kind of capture what they have been able to pull off in the TV series, with some of that stuff. And hopefully that just means you get like Favreau and Filoni and a lot of these, like Bryce Dallas Howard, like all of these awesome directors that they've been having do, direct episodes of The Mandalorian. Like give me all of that. Yeah. Give me all of it. But
just keep it focused. Like I like how there's different directors. I like how they're bringing their spin to the camera, right? But don't give me a cockfight of these directors that are like, you know what? No, I don't like what you're doing. I'm going to do my own thing.
No, and that's what screwed up the last trilogy. Really, they either needed to give it all to JJ, say JJ, you're doing all of these, or you give it all to Rian Johnson, or you give it all to somebody else, and just let them execute their vision. Because I feel like those movies could have been better had they done that, and I also feel like. It doesn't feel like they had all of those written out, all at once. And I feel like you knew everybody knew it was going to be a trilogy. Everybody knew it was going to be a trilogy. So why don't you have that whole trilogy mapped out? A, B, C, just bing, bang, boom, right? You can't get away with what George Lucas did, where he kind of retconned some things and made something, you just can't do that anymore. You can get away with that in the 70s and 80s. You can't do it anymore. And there's really no excuse for it anymore because there's just it's like board games. The evolution, it's gotten so much better, like the quality of stories and what you can tell and like what people will actually sit down for. Because, in the late 70s, if you said, oh, we're going to have a space opera that's going to be, at the time, the number one grossing movie in the whole world, everybody would have told you to kick rocks. Nobody would have believed you, right? But then what happens, right? Star Wars comes out, and until Titanic or E.T., it's not dethroned,
Yeah.
And
well,
I mean,
you have this fan, right, of the fiction that can now care for it in a way that we need to. Not that Lucas didn't, but Lucas had his faults. Like, he created a great world, but he's not a storyteller, right? He can't write that stuff. But now you have someone who's like, okay, let me take what you did and let me fix it, right? So here's this stuff and here's this stuff, and then there's a Clone Wars that happens and fixes some stuff. Now you have the original trilogy and you have the sequel trilogies, and now you have this stuff that Filoni's like, let me fix some shit. Like, you guys fucked this stuff up. Let me do things here. And it could be intentional. And like I was saying on the show earlier, like, he's a master at taking stuff that seems insignificant, a one-liner, a throwaway line from a character, and making that mean something in a very important way. And it's just brilliant. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Nix, you're not wrong. Leia in Kenobi was my biggest problem with that whole series, but I was so excited just to see Ewan McGregor back in the garb, and even I really feel like, because he was a problem in the prequels, but Hayden Christensen, I think with a better director, could do a lot better as Anakin and could do more with it. I mean, he was a block of wood for me, but
it was also the script. It was also the lines, right? Like, oh my God.
Again, I hate sand. Yeah. I mean, with a better director, and Lucas, that's why the original trilogy of Star Wars worked so well, is that there were all of these parameters, right, and restrictions put on them.
Yep.
By 1997, when he starts filming, Phantom Menace or whatever, I mean, he's got all the money in the world. That budget could have been whatever he wanted it to be.
He paid for that out of pocket. And Jar Jar's character alone was like $2 million. Like, the CGI of Jar Jar was that much money, and he paid for the entire thing. Like, sure, that's great. Don't write it. And
he's still laughing all the way to the bank, though. You know what I mean? And so that's, I think, what makes creativity, like restrictions and limitations, like, breed creativity, because it forces you to work around all of these different things. And I want to do this. How do we do this? I mean. But yeah, it is what it is. Some of my favorite directors, like Stanley Kubrick, he waited too long. He died. He wanted to make AI, which Spielberg made, and I didn't love it. But he was waiting. He had that script and wanted to make that movie for like 20 years, but he didn't. He was waiting for the technology to catch up.
Yep.
And instead of working around the limitations.
Yep.
And that's one of my favorite directors. But anyways, I could go all day on that shit.
Same.
Let's talk a little bit before we get into the topic of Under the Radar. This came up in the Discord a little bit, and but it is very important. And Mike and I are 100% on the same page, and Mike's even more vigilant about it than I am. Is that it's very important to me that, like, the people that I surround myself and the people that I interact with, we are all good ambassadors for the hobby, and that we are good. I don't know, just good neighbors, good,
humans.
Good humans. It's not that hard. I want to, I just feel like we can have awesome conversations in that Discord without it getting chippy or mean. We can all disagree on stuff. We love things, we all love games and we all hate some games, right? Like I always talk about how much I don't like Foundations of Rome. I fully admit that my experience was very specifically colored because of Bob when he taught the game, and it's overproduced and all this stuff. But I say that game's overproduced, and I own everything for Cthulhu Wars right over there, and that game is overproduced. And I spent a lot of money to get all of it, and I'm very happy that I have it. There's very popular, and it's not a dig on the game itself. It was my experience with the game. It's very well designed. Emerson Matsuuchi, clearly that dude knows what the hell he's doing, because he makes amazing games left and right. I think I've liked every other game of his that I've ever played.
But it's your experience. It's the experience you had with that game, right?
100%, right?
And I had the same thing with Terraforming Mars. My personal opinion, I hate the fucking game. I think it's shit. I don't like it. I never want to play it again. but I had a horrible experience with it, right? Like, obviously, I'm not in the majority because the game is well done. The game is still in print. Still, top on rating lists. Like, it still hits top 5 lists. I see it at game nights. I see it on the table everywhere. So I'm wrong. But for me, it's shit. I don't ever want to play it again because I had a bad experience with it. And I'm not going to shit on someone else when they have it on a table and I'm like, oh, that game's trash, you shouldn't be playing it. Like, good, enjoy yourself. You're having fun with it. That's great. But for me, it's just it's not the thing. But there's a way to do it where you're not offending or pissing off people because you don't know who you're talking to. It could be their first time at your game night. It could be the first time playing a game. It could be the first time experiencing your meetup group or the con or something like that. And you want them to have a good time. You don't want them to feel like I'm never going back because that's shit, right?
Right. Well, here's the thing is if there was a game, let's just say I hated Terraforming Mars like you do, and I don't love it. I mean, I really liked it when it first came out, and I kind of just got over it a little bit. And I think now I say all the time, I'd just rather play it solo because I don't have to spend 3 hours playing it. I could just play it in like an hour, or less. And, have a good time interacting and building the engine and everything. But if I was at a meetup, or let's say I'm at QSCon, which is coming up next month, everybody should check out. If I was at a meetup and somebody's like, oh, and I'm meeting somebody for the first time, I'm like, what's your favorite game? What do you love? And they're like, I love Terraforming Mars. I really love to play it. Even if I don't play it, I will walk around and help somebody. I will help them find people to play Terraforming Mars with them. Wouldn't be that hard because everybody loves that game. But it doesn't do me any good to go, well, that game sucks. Like, what's wrong with you? If they said Monopoly or Battleship or Clue, I'd be like, well, all right. Like, are you interested in trying some games that are like adjacent to that? Or do you only want to play that? Like, let's go. I don't need to dog their taste in games. I may not invite them over for my game nights like all the time if that's all they want to play. But at the same time, in a public setting, I will definitely facilitate them getting to play games that they want to play and enjoy, especially, especially if I don't know them. It's one thing if I know Mike and it's like, oh, I'm going to mess with Mike tonight. Like, we're going to mess with him. We're like, okay, so Mike's going to come over and we're going to have Terraforming Mars play, like, set up. Like, we're all going to play it. Now, we're not going to play it. We're going to play something else. But I'm going to take the time to set it up just to mess with you and poke you, but there's a difference between picking on people that I'm personally friends with and like complete strangers.
Right.
So I just want everybody to
somebody for that. And the person, so it's going to land because you're trying to be funny, or at least you don't want to do that to someone who's it's their first time there. They don't know the group, or they're going to feel like an outsider. Like, we all have a role to play in this community, right? Whether it's putting on conventions, whether it's putting out content, like, we put ourselves out there to do a thing, and it's important, right? Because we want to grow the hobby. Like, even at Origins, I was taking a meeting, I was taking a pitch for a game. I had seen the sell sheet, and I knew it wasn't for 3WS. It's just not one of our games. But somebody right next to me is also in the industry, and I'm like, hey, come over here and look at this because I think it would be for you. Like, there's a difference between being a dick and being kind, and it takes no effort to be kind. It takes a ton of effort to be a dick. Like, you actually have to be a dick. You can just be kind, right?
Yeah, you can't.
Extra effort to be kind. Just be kind. Like, don't. It's easy to say don't be a dick. Just don't be a dick.
And I don't think people understand. And I saw somebody was talking about in one of like the Facebook groups, and this might have been in like the media and reviewer group that I'm in, but we were talking about, there was just a discussion about, like, as a content creator, what are your responsibilities and what should you do and not do and everything. And so for me, because I was doing this before I was a content creator, is I was going out and like fanboying over designers and stuff and just making friends with people because I like their stuff and I admire people that are creative and and actually have the guts to like make a game and put it out into the universe for everyone to, tell you how terrible it is and what an awful person you are for making this game. It's such a bold thing to do, to like, whether it's like a piece of fiction that you wrote, you know what I mean, or whatever. it is such a bold thing to do, to like put yourself out there, right? And so for me, like this channel and everything, it's all about relationships that I've built up, and I don't have to love everybody's game all the time. If Mike hands me a game and says, Tim, I want you to play this and give me your honest opinion, I owe it to Mike to give him my honest opinion. As a friend, as a content creator, I owe it to all of you to give an honest opinion. Some of this was spurned on because Mike went nuts over the old Oregon Trail like card game that does not have a designer listed, right? And so I think Mike felt it was more fair game because it doesn't have a designer listed. And he also was being hyperbolic. I think he thought if he thinks it would get views, he would burn it, like just to get views and stuff. But Giuliano comes into the chat and actually has some very fair points, and we start talking about like more constructive ways to sort of address it. And I agree with that. I think that's, yeah, haha, we're having a drink and it's real funny to say, oh, I'm going to burn this game. I mean, it's not that different than Vassal throwing Vasco da Gama off the roof or whatever, a dice tower. I mean, that's a crap thing to do. He's got a much bigger megaphone than us, but yeah, that's funny. You die of dysentery for the smoke. Thanks, Nix. Yeah. Well done, sir. So, I mean, I feel like the cheap shots at that game, they are what they are because, again, it's not like John Smith's name's on that, on that box. I feel like if there was a name on that box, I feel like Mike would have pulled it back a little bit, because we even got on BGG and I tried to research and see. I was like, there's no way that there's not a listed designer. Now, maybe it was done by like a little dev house, right? Like just a bunch of developers and stuff. And maybe none of them want their name on that, right? There's that, was it William Smithy? Isn't that's the name they used to put on the screenplays or directed by when they didn't want their actual name on the thing because they didn't have any faith in it. Yeah. But at the same time, I very much subscribe to like, again, I got a game. I didn't love it. This is what I'm going to talk about. If it's a straight up review from a major publisher, we will definitely talk about it if it's in the hotness. If it is an indie guy or a small publishing company, they send me the game and I'm like, we didn't love it, I will shoot a video and we're going to talk about it if you want, or I can just send this game to somebody that you think might like it. I'm happy to pass it along. That is my philosophy. Because, and no offense, but I would say that Third World Studios, right? Not a big enough studio that if I hated Mission Control, that I'm going to make a video going, ugh, real-time rolling right, gag me. I'm not going to do it unless Mike goes, no, you know what? Make the video. I want to see it. Then I'd do it. But honestly, I would just go, who can we give Mission Control to? And I'd say, nobody. I'm keeping this fucking game because I love it. But I just use that as an example, Sure. But anyways, Mike, that's my spiel. What do you got before we move on to our actual list?
Well, there's a couple different threads there, right? Like for me, like we talked about putting ourselves out there and we talked about putting content out there. Like we're live, right? So whatever we say, we're not editing this, just like the full 42. It's not edited, put out there. We don't cut out like the oopses and the stutters and the whatever. Like it's not polished. It's train of thought. It's real. It's like 35 minutes we've been talking about Star Wars, putting out our feelings on Star Wars, how Filoni is a genius. Like, it's live and it's unedited, and it's more of our thought processes that we put out there for people to fucking judge constantly. Fine, judge. Okay, there's the couple threads there for one, and I talked to Mike about this. These are my opinions. I talked to Mike about this afterwards. After we had a conversation, I had just thought about it, like as a content channel, right? If you were in some alternate reality, right? If you were to light that game on fire on camera, right? And that becomes a video, what's that going to do to future companies that you're asking for games for review? And they're, well, we're not sending it to BGR because they light shit on fire. Like that could actually hurt more than it does like the clickable, haha, they burned a game thing, right? So there's one train of thought there. The other thing, and I mentioned to you, is like the game is shit. Somebody put effort in there, right? They might be restricted by the company, by the IP, by what they could put into the game. Like we don't know what happened in the conversation about let's make an Oregon Trail game, to use that as this example. So, but somebody put their effort out there, just like we're putting our effort into this video, right? Someone did a thing. And there have been other videos with other content creators that specifically call out the designers and how they should be ashamed of themselves. And it's really unfortunate because people put, maybe not, because I don't know, right? So maybe they should be because they didn't put any time, they didn't balance it, it's a piece of trash, and it should be called out. Or maybe they didn't. And unless you know that, I don't think it's fair to be like, look, you should be ashamed of yourself for trying. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing, and we had talked about this a little bit before, is like, all right, well, you don't like the game, right? I don't like terraforming Mars. I'm not going to light it on fire. I'm not going to throw it out. If anything, I'll cannibalize it for prototype parts for a game I'm designing, right?
Right.
Or I'm going to give it to somebody. Like, oh, you like it here, which might, I mean, whatever. You have your own.
I give away a lot of games like that. Like, oh, hey, I didn't love this. I'm really glad you like it. Here you go.
Right.
Like, go ahead and have it.
To me, there are other ways to deal with that, right? We spend our hard-earned money on games. You want to go out there and you want to find the way to spend your money, right? I don't want to spend it on shit. I understand that. The other thread that I'll pull on is why, like, you have loyal followers that follow your board game content, right? What you do for reviews, what you do for your other content, your top fives. You have people that follow you and they'll align with you in some way. Either they don't like what Tim plays or they really like what Tim plays. So for me to take the effort with all the other stuff that's going on in life, to specifically take the effort to sit down, to set up the game, to come up with a script, to edit a video, just to shit on it, makes no sense to me. Like, I would never do that. And just to put it out there to be like, well, it's to tell people not to get the game. Don't do the video. If they're looking for mission control, if they're looking for information on mission control, then they'll be able to find that information. If they trust you and it's not there, then great. Maybe you didn't like it. Maybe go in the Discord and be like, hey, I noticed you don't have a video on this. Would you ever think about it? Oh, it kind of fell flat for us because of X, Y, and Z. But to actually take the effort, and it's not just like a quick 5-minute, unless you're lighting it on fire and dumping it in the trash, it's not a quick 5-minute thing to just turn on your cameras, to start talking about a game you don't like, and then turn off your cameras. Like there's effort that's being put in there, and why you can't take that effort. And again, going back to the being kind thing, taking that effort and putting it out there in positive ways rather than negative ways. And you can argue that you're doing a positive thing by stopping somebody from spending their money on a shitty game. I don't agree. I don't think
no. I mean, so here's the thing is, because it was David that asked about like a rubber stamp of every game. So here's the rub is we get all kinds of games. We get Kickstarter previews, and sometimes we get stuff that is sent to us from publishers, which is awesome. And sometimes we just get stuff from either the game store or that we have in our own collection. Yeah, nobody wants to know I'm drinking this rat gut.
You're still drinking Old Crow? Well, David,
man, it's a big bottle. It's a big bottle. So yes, and there is a difference, right? We walked into the game store we film at. There was a copy of Roller Coaster Rush sitting on the table. It's a Pandasaurus game. That was not good. We played it. It took us 20 minutes to play it. We're like, you know what? We're just gonna do a video. Nobody gave it that good of a rating. We talked about what we wanted. We were all a little disappointed with it. We thought it could be better. Whatever. We have opened up Kickstarter preview games, right? And played it and gone, I just don't think we've got enough nice things to say about this. And so I just go, hey man, it didn't land.
Right. And
I pass it on. And I will never tell you the names of those games because some of them never even see the light of day. Some of them may come back to Kickstarter a year later, and they've revamped the rules. And hey, do you want another crack at this? It didn't happen the first time. I mean, it is what it is. So and the other thing is because we're a small channel and we don't honestly get like a ton of games. Like we sometimes review the shit we just got on Kickstarter. Like, hey, my blah, blah, blah just landed on my doorstep. We're going to play it and review it. Well, if I spent, $100 on this game and we're going to play it and I don't like it, and it's a new CMON game or something, well, hell yeah, let's just do a video. It's a hot video. whatever. We might have a completely different take than everybody else, you know, but whatever. But again, we're not going to hurt any of the big boys. We're not going to hurt Fantasy Flight, you know. Sure. But I have no interest in crapping on a small company's game. And it's another thing, right? So we reviewed, for example, we reviewed Foundations of Rome. I was the only person on the panel that he gave it below a 7, right? Everybody else loved the game, and we knew that. But I felt like, at least because of the points I had to make about the game, I felt like it made for at least an interesting conversation on a very popular game. And it wasn't just, and also I'd like to think that our reviews are never just like, oh, this game sucks. Right. I don't like this game because blah, blah, blah. But then I usually will go, but these mechanics are really good. Or I usually spend a lot of time talking about why I think the game is really good and then go, but I don't like it.
Right.
I had a similar thing with like Darwin's Journey. Really well-designed game. I am 1,000,000% in the minority on not having had a good time with that game. Right. But it's fine. I made my points. Everybody else sung its praises. The game got a good score from everybody else. And I still don't like tank it by like, well, it's a 1. It's like, no. Like clearly, like just not for me. Like I rank it in I think this is a good game that is not for me. I don't want to play it. You know, so.
And you can do it in a certain way that like we've had people on the show, and I've talked about on the whole 42, and Chris, I believe, still likes the game. Point Salad. And I'll tell him he's wrong. I'll tell him he's wrong. Right. I know Chris, and I can make fun of him. Chris isn't. Look at that. I speak of Chris.
Chris.
I'm pretty sure, Chris, you like Point Salad, and I've said on the show that he's wrong. Like it's okay to be wrong. But I'm joking. If somebody likes Point Salad, then I'm not gonna tell somebody I don't know, right, that they're wrong for liking Point Salad. If you like it, great. It could be that game that you bring the family around. Like, great, that's awesome.
Right.
But for Chris, I can kind of take the liberties like you can with Mike or you can with Dan.
Yeah.
You can say, yeah, you're an idiot. You're wrong. The game sucks. You're a moron, whatever, because there's that little, but when you're actually like, there's just a difference. Like you had said before, there's just a difference between being able to talk to somebody that you know about that and being an ambassador for the industry, no matter where you're coming from.
Yeah. Well, and again, right. Like, so much of the channel's growth and in my experience and all of the awesome times that I have at conventions have just been from building relationships with designers and publishers and just like other fans of games, you know, because it still kind of blows me away because especially in the board game hobby, right? Like, I put Martin Wallace on a pedestal. Oh, I love Martin Wallace. When I meet Martin Wallace at Origins and hang out with him like a tiny bit and just kind of talk to him, and it's like, this is just a dude. Like if I walked into a bar and sat down next to him, we could talk about whatever. Yeah. He's just a dude, and he's just there excited that people like his stuff. You know, like we talk about Mission Control all the time. We geek out over Mission Control and we love it. But Corey and Donnie, like nicest dudes. Yeah. You know, like I message Donnie all the time. Like we have conversations going all the time. And it still sometimes is like, that is a designer of a game that I'm just bonkers for. And he's just a guy. Like he's just happy to be there. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm just glad somebody likes my stuff, you know? And so you really have to be,
when you start looking at games that you don't like, right? To be able, and somebody just said it, be constructive, not salty. Like,
Nix. Yeah.
You might not like that game, but somebody put effort into that, right? Like somebody put themselves out there and have their name on a box or not. And it might not be the designers of Oregon Trail didn't want their name on the box because they knew it was shit. It could be, I know Pressman does not put like, Daryl had a fight to have his name put on the other Oregon Trail game because they just don't do that. So to not have credit might not be, no, don't put my name on it. It might physically be like the company doesn't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Right. But there's a way to go about it to like, I don't know, like somebody put themselves out there, right? Like a creative went out there and did a thing. And they're like, when I first came into the industry as a fan of the hobby, the game that got me, and it's behind my computer on like a display that I made, which I'm not turning the computer around because the table's a mess, was Arkham 2nd Edition. That was the game the modern hobby. That was it. It wasn't Carcassonne. It wasn't Catan. It was Arkham 2nd Edition. So to me, Kevin Wilson and Richard Launius were gods. Like they're just holy shit. They made the game. They got me. So then being able to meet him at one of the conventions I was at was like that fanboy moment of like, oh my God, you're a superstar. I love you. Thank you for everything you did. But like him and I have been emailing all week, and we're having a conversation tomorrow about something else that's going on. But the conversation is like, how's your son? How's your family? I was at the beach. I was doing like, and then it's like you said, like Martin Wallace is just a guy that created a game. Like Richard is now a friend of mine, not like they're people that do this thing. And, you know, and not to say that everyone is putting out great stuff and should always be like, I don't know, sugar coated, but they are humans, right? Like they have feelings too. Some people don't get those people out. I understand it, but.
Well, and again, like if I have a contrary opinion, or somebody on our panel has a contrary opinion on a top 100 game, as long as we can have a good conversation about it, it's at least interesting, right? Yeah. Like I complained about the Gloomhaven rulebook when we talked about bad rulebooks. You know what I mean? Listen, I ain't hurting Gloomhaven by complaining about their rulebook. They're fine. Nope. They're doing fine.
I was across from them at Gen Con, and not once did I hear anybody say, oh, we can't get this because Tim said he doesn't like the rulebook.
Exactly. Right. But, you know, I'm not going to shit on an indie designer, you know, a small guy, because I think the rulebook sucks or whatever. It's just not, I'm not interested in that. I'd much rather have a better conversation. And honestly, it would be like, let's just say Mike Guigliano makes this game and it's like, dude, I played the prototype, but then when Fantasy Flight published it, like that was not what I played. I would, instead of doing a video and going, well, this game sucks, I would rather go to you and go, hey man, like what happened with that game? Like, you know, because there are times, right, where a game gets handed to the publisher and that's it. Like your contract says that your name's on it and you get X royalties, and the developers are going to do what they're going to do to it. And
I know I'm not going to say it on camera. I could talk about it outside, but I know of a company that published a game that when handed the game was told, don't publish it because we don't have the end of the rule book done yet. And the company did not listen. They published the game, and the game is not playable. Like you cannot play it. You can't end the game. There was no ending. So they had to put out an FAQ and new rule book and everything. Like it does happen, right? And does that reflect on the designers? No, it wasn't the designer. The designer specifically said don't. And now, so like you gotta, when you're on one side of the computer, or you're on one side of the industry, like it's easy to have that screen in front of you and the anonymity of like being able to say whatever the hell you want to say. But like people put out an effort, just like we're putting out an effort, just like Matt puts out an effort for his games, just like Chris puts out an effort for his games. Whether or not you're playing the games at a game cafe or at a convention, right? And you're introducing new people, like, hey, come play this game, or you're making the games that those people are playing. Like we all have a responsibility to be positive ambassadors. And even if you don't like a game, that doesn't mean somebody else might not like it.
For sure. 100%. And again, right, like back to the rubber stamp recommendation. If there's a game that I enjoyed, but I know it's very niche, I try to be very clear. Like, look, you probably will only like this game because of X, Y, and Z. Like, I like this game because it hits this spot for me. I mean, I'll talk about that. I think most of my games are pretty accessible that I'm going to talk about tonight, the under the radar ones. But like some of them like really ring true because of the theme or the style of it. And I just absolutely love it. And like anything, not every game is for everybody, you know?
Yeah. What a great time to be in the hobby, right? Like,
oh my God. It's so stupid how good it is.
5,000 games being published, right? They don't all have to be great. They're not all going to be liked by everybody. And if somebody has a great experience with a ketchup bottle, a game in a ketchup bottle, or like Chris said, or a Jell-O box, right? No matter what it is, if that got people around the table, brought a family together, created a moment, then who the fuck are you?
Yeah. Yeah. I will keep my neoprene fish, happy salmon for forever because I love that damn game. It's the dumbest game ever, but we have a great time playing it. And
will that piss people off at a convention, man?
Oh yeah.
We played Wavelength at 2. It was like 2:30 in the morning at a convention. We were drunk. We had been drinking, but it's 2:30 in the morning, right? And we're playing Wavelength, and we're laughing our asses off and calling each other names. And a person comes over and guys, can you keep it down? You're being too loud. They were playing Battlestar Galactica at 2:30 in the morning, and we were annoying them because we were loud. Like, all right, man. And we ended up getting up and leaving and going to another room and still having fun. But like, don't be that person. Like, also, don't be the drunk people at 2:30 that are ruining it for anybody else. I understand that too.
Sure, but I do love me some Battlestar Galactica. But I think I would just be like, wow, they're having a good time, and then go on with my game. I mean, we did that playing Telestrations at 2 a.m. at Gen Con with the people from Parakeet Griffin Games, and we're playing a 12-player Telestrations After Dark game, and we were so loud, but there was not a ton of people around us, and even one of the I don't know, volunteers, ushers, security people were like, they came by and were like, oh, are we being too loud? And the lady's like, you guys are cracking me up. Like, just keep having fun. And I was like, okay, cool. Thanks. Right. Like, peace. Like, let us know if we need to be quiet, we'll be quiet. But anyways, yeah. We're just having a good time, man.
Yeah. And we all have responsibilities, right? We're all ambassadors, no matter what side of the table, no matter what side of the curtain, no matter what part of the industry you're in, you're putting yourself out there to be judged. But like, don't be an asshole.
Don't be an asshole. Just be an ambassador. Be cool, man. It'll be good. But who did we hit at the Waffle House afterward? Listen, Nix, that is for Patreon subscribers only.
Wow.
All right, Mike, are you ready to finally get into our list? Mike and I could just sit and talk like for hours.
I think it's pissing people off so much that we haven't talked about it yet that we just probably shouldn't. We should just keep talking about other shit and not even talk about the top 5 just to get at.
It's just a troll. Like, we just made up a topic that we didn't even actually look up or research.
No, I have nothing. It's a blank piece of paper. I got nothing. Here's my list.
I love it.
No, let's do it.
I love it.
I'm excited about this.
All right. So yeah, we picked top 5 under the radar games, underrated games you should know about, however you want to call it. I really thought of if I could pull off just doing all like submarine themed games like Battleship and like Captain Sonar and then Sonar, then U-Boot. If I could have come up with one more, I could have just done a whole list with just under the radar.
That would have been good. That would have been one hell of a way to
also would have been a garbage list. I mean, there's good games on that list, but that would have been like a garbage way to do that list. You think having no list and not doing the topic at all would be like a troll move right there? That would be the troll move, is just.
Yeah. Under the radar would have been good.
Yeah.
There's got to be a 5th. What about the Crew? The Deep Sea one.
Crew. There you go. Now we got them all.
There you go.
Now we got them all.
There's your top 5. We did your top 5 in under an hour.
And I was accused of being a hipster in the Discord with some of my picks, and that may be true. Because I got this whole Gen X thing going on where it's like I like things before they were popular, and then when they become popular, I hate them. And then sometimes I'll hate them because they're popular, and then when they're not popular anymore, then I'm like, oh yeah, I actually like them. But I can't help it. It's burned into my soul. Oh. I kind of felt that way about Green Day. I really liked Green Day when Green Day first came out, and then they got really big and I got sick of Green Day. And then like in the last 10 years or so, I've been like, man, I really like Green Day. Like I listen.
So you have what they call oppositional defiant disorder.
Yes, I do. Amongst other things, but that being one of the big ones. Right. Unless it's like Star Wars. I love my Star Wars. But
God. Well, yeah. I mean, you have to, right? Or else you'd be wrong.
Right. Oh, what channel is this? The Republic? I'd love to watch the Republican debate. I feel like that's going to be a real shit show. But
God.
But anyways,
not even going to go there, Dave.
I know. There's like I could lose or gain viewers depending on what I would say next.
No, like which one? Who's Chris Christie? Like, I don't think we're both pretty like slim guys. We're not these big.
Yeah, neither one of us. And honestly, like we're both way too nice.
Yeah.
You know, we might curse like sailors. I mean, I'm technically a truck driver, so I mean, I feel like I've got literally a license to speak the way I want to speak. But
yeah.
But no, I don't think either one of us, because
No.
Mike's not a Jersey guy. He's a New Yorker.
Yeah, no
Right?
Jersey. No Jersey. Yeah. And neither am I a truck driver or a pirate, but I curse like both of them.
Yeah, there we go. See, I got at least one thing, one of those
Yeah, you got
boxes,
one.
Joe.
Yep. You got to have at least one.
I love this.
Yeah.
Listen here, we got Chris talking New Jersey politics from Texas, right? He's out of Texas now.
He's probably boiling right now. It's so hot in Texas.
Oh my God. It was like 90 something. It was over 90 degrees here, and then the heat index was over 100.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I cannot wait for this weekend when it's going to be back down into the 70s.
Beautiful. Hoodie weather. Love it. Hockey sweaters, hoodies, love it.
Man, I love fall football weather. Like give me football weather. Give me like 60 degrees all year round. I'd be great. I wear a sweatshirt. You could wear like a nice little beanie cap if you wanted to, a toque if you're up in Canada, and or maybe a QSCon sweatshirt if you bought some merch for QSCon.
Maybe.
Man, your merch looked really good.
That was DeVito put those panels together for me.
Yeah. You guys nailed that stuff. It looks really good. And I'm also like a sucker for that color scheme. That color scheme looks really good too.
So. That's blue and orange. That's Syracuse. That's
I'm a Bears fan, so it works for me. Like I can move it over.
Sure, yeah. That's a different blue.
It is a different blue, but it's still blue.
Sure.
And
blue
orange.
And orange. Yeah.
Temperature shouldn't look like a radio station ID.
100% agree. Holy crap.
Yeah. All right. So, Mike, do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first with our top 5 underrated games?
Whatever you want.
You know what? I'll go first. I'll set the bar really low for you, and then.
I think I've already done that by coming on the show. I think the bar is way lower. So
just by me only being on the show and not Mike Rice, it definitely got lower. You're like our ringer guest. Like we're gonna bring in Mike. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be easy. But yeah, thanks for being on, man. I really appreciate it. I love freaking the opportunity to talk to you anyways and hang out. I mean, we text each other, message each other all the time, but it's always fun to talk kind of face to face.
Sure.
As it is.
I love it. I love watching you guys. I love the show. I love what you guys are doing. So anytime I can either come on and bust your balls or bust your balls in Discord or bust your balls in person.
Well, I mean, we go over to the Full 42 chat and return the favor anyways, which I love. I just love that that's a thing. I love that you guys are, you and Chris are such good sports. And even Katia, when she was there, you guys all are great. But
we look forward to it. It's just fun, right? The Mondays are fun because Chris and I get to hang out and talk and bullshit. And Wednesdays, when I get to do this with you guys, like it's just, and you and Mike have the same thing. You get to talk and just have that time to just, I don't know, forget about shit for a while and not worry about anything and delve into this geekiness that we have. It's great.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. This is always such like a relief, like a release point for me, right? Like come on and just hang out, and like you guys do at the Full 42, you just hang out with everybody in the chat, and again, that's how you cultivate, friendships and relationships with all these people. It's great because then they come back and they talk to you, and you just feel like you got all these friends, and then you meet them at conventions, and you're like, hey. Yeah. We're already best friends. Let's go.
It's more genuine in nature, right? Like I love edited content, and I love the people that do that side of the content creation that have the time or have the Patreons or the Kickstarters that pays them to do what they do. But I just love talking about this shit. So like any chance I get to just talk about it, it's not staged, it's not scripted, it's not like. I just love this. I love this stuff.
I'm showing Justin my shirt
That's a killer image too.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. Before we get to the topic, I know it's an hour and we keep teasing people. If you're not following Claw on Facebook, they put out like a poll to pick between these kind of images, that kind of artwork versus this like neon, like contrast, like kind of outline work, which looked absolutely fantastic. But I think your full color art is so good. Like you got to stick with that. But I would totally take like an alternative set of art to have that neon outline stuff. And full disclosure, I haven't even played Claw yet, but I love West. West has great taste in games, and I know he worked on it. And then Mike has played it twice now and loved it. And I didn't get to sit in on the demo at Gen Con, so I'm like dying to play this freaking game. But it looks great. I'm very excited about it, and everything I've heard about it is like, this is a game that is for Tim. This is a game that I will like. So, oh, there we go. Look at that. But Wayne's one of your regulars, right?
Yeah, Wayne comes on. Yep. Thanks, Wayne.
Yeah,
I love the conversation. It's the same reason why I liked watching, watching Rahdo's videos, because it's more stream of consciousness. It's more about the process, the what are you thinking, rather than the scripted setup. And like there are reasons for all of those things. It's just what you gravitate towards. And I really enjoy the conversational part of this hobby. I love talking to people about this.
It's not a dig at all on anybody that scripts all of their stuff, because that stuff can be really good and excellent as well. But yes, like my style, what I'm comfortable with and what I like doing is this. I like having a conversation. I find interviews that are more like conversations and like hangouts way more interesting, because I feel like if we just had Mike Guigliano on from Third World Studios and it's like, Mike, what are you working on? What's this project? Why is this exciting for you? I mean, it's fine. And it's interesting to like learn that stuff, but like, I feel like you and I just hanging out, relaxed, chilling, having a beverage and just talking, about whatever. Like, I guarantee you guys, you watch a conversation with Mike and I, you walk up to Mike at a convention, Mike, you already know how he is. Like you will know what kind of guy you're getting when you walk up to him and talk to him. I mean, that's Mike. That's him. That's how he is.
That's my normal character. It's not an online. There are some people that when I met them in real life were completely different than their online persona. And
sure.
Like there's one in particular that watching them on the interwebs and their character and who they were, and then meeting them in real life was like, holy shit, like they cursed for the first time, and I was
right.
Like some people are just totally different because they have a certain character that they bring to the content creation, and it's just me.
No, yeah, and that's one of the things I really like about what we've done. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but what we've done with like the rundown, right, is that we're all just us. Like the guys you see, like that's really how we are. And if you see us messing with each other, like that's what we do. Like when we're hanging out, like that's what we do. We're bullshitting. We're just having a good time.
Exactly how you are. Yep.
Yeah, for better or for worse. Yeah. It's like that's what it is.
Yeah, constantly ribbing each other, the way you talk, the way you play, the way you're at each other's throats with the comments. Like it's more genuine in nature. I appreciate that more.
Well, like when you came by the booth and we filmed charcuterie, right? It was like you, me, and Spencer, I think. Yeah. And like the whole time I'm just dogging Spencer, like the whole time. Hurry up, man. Come on, man. Like take your turn. I'm doing it on camera. That's what we do when we sit at the table, like and play games. I'm not going to hide it. I feel like you're either going to like us or you don't. Yeah. I don't need to put on airs to try to make everybody, like me. I love. It'd be great if everybody did, but they don't have to. That's us. That's what we do.
I'm like every other board game. Not everyone's gonna like me, and that's totally fine.
It's totally fine. And hopefully there's somebody else on the show that you do like, so you stick around. But even if you don't, like.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. All right. Top 5 games under the radar. We will get to it at 1 hour and 6 minutes. We've teased so many people. Yeah, top 5 ways to avoid the subject of the video.
I'm telling you, I think it would be fucking hilarious if we just kept doing this and not even did the list. I think it'd be great.
Okay, so everybody watching now, Mike, we're going to do that at one point in time. We're going to do a fake top 5. I'm not going to say when. We're going to do a top 5 that we will never get to.
I really think it should be this one. I know we have our plan, but we've laid it up so well that it should be.
We have, but I feel like I would be doing a disservice to some of these people if we don't.
That's what they tune in for, right? The chaos, the fun.
They do. No, wait. There's a dance academy in South Bend that uses that, like a similar pose for their logo. What is that? What is that hat? What is that for?
It's the Dave Matthews Band.
Oh, okay. So there's a dance studio that uses that as like blah 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 school of dance.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a story behind it. He was high and drinking tequila, and in the campfire, the flames were dancing, and it's used.
Oh.
It's one of the album covers. It's one of the icons of the band, just in general. But
see, I thought their logo would be like emptying their crapper from the into the Chicago River. Just playing.
It was the driver of the bus, but yes.
I think Dave Matthews is awesome. I saw him in concert in like the late 90s at Notre Dame, and he was fantastic back then. He's my favorite part of the movie You Don't Mess with Zohan.
Yeah.
You remember him in that?
Yeah.
I hate these puppies. I don't know why that makes me laugh every time. And I'm not even a let's just say typical Dave Matthews Band fan. Sure. Meaning I don't partake in all the activities that tend to go along with.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I still can.
Him as a storyteller, like listen to Gray Street and just put it up. Listen to the. There's so many songs that are just the story behind it. The feelings behind it. It's just amazing.
Yeah. No,
they're so good. They've been around for so long. They're even more popular now than they were.
Yeah.
Their live stuff is completely different than their studio stuff, and I can see why people might not gravitate towards their newer album stuff, but their live stuff is amazing.
I mean, he's kind of like the new Grateful Dead, right? Like, people follow him around. Their live stuff is so, I mean, for lack of a better, stream of conscious, it's very jazz. They just go with it, and like, it's like, oh, I know this song. And then it like turns into something else. And then it comes back around, and then goes into something else and then comes back around. And then it's like, and then it's into a different song. And you're like, oh, wait, I know this song. And then, but I mean, he's just out there living his best life, having a good time.
And I'll tell you, being at a concert. Yeah, no, we got too close there, David. We're backtracking. Being at a concert with all the fans singing the songs, right? Mm-hmm. Is just like being around people that like Star Wars, that you can talk to about Star Wars. Like that fandom is bonkers to the point where there are some songs where the crowd sings. They just play the music and they sit back, and then he'll jump into the chorus, and then when it comes back, he'll back out and the crowd is singing. And it's those moments that are just like hairs on the back of the neck, goosebumps. Mm-hmm. Like it's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
Fish is another one. Fish, I would say, is more Grateful Dead-ish than
well, Fish is, but I don't really love Fish like I like Dave Matthews Band. Like Fish, I don't want to crap on it because people love it, right? But it's not my jam.
Sure.
To quote the comments.
I see what you did.
Yeah, and Fish is like straight up a jam band.
Yep.
But no, Dave Matthews, like it. But again, you're right. The storytelling aspect, because he does break in. There's those interludes, right, where he comes in and he starts talking about. And he's so good at it, though. It's not just, I don't know. I've been to a Roger Waters show who, from Pink Floyd, right? He basically like wrote most of The Wall with Pink Floyd. That's his thing. And That guy was such a pretentious prick. I mean, I loved all of the stuff when he was doing The Wall and he's doing all this Pink Floyd stuff. And then like he literally did like a 15 to 20 minute instrumental piece. And on the stage, there was a set, like there were these guys that were in like the hold of a ship just sitting and playing cards. And they're not singing, they're not doing anything. It's not even him that's doing that. He's playing music. And it's like, okay. Okay. But then you go back to something from Pink Floyd and I'm like, yeah, I'm like back into it and ready to go. But Dave Matthews has like a whole different way of, even if you don't know the song, like bringing you into it, because then once he tells the story, now you're like, oh, I gotta hear this. Like, I gotta know why. Or now you're listening to other aspects of it, right? Of the song for those reasons that he gives and everything. So
yeah, I've experienced bad board games. I've never experienced a bad Dave Matthews concert.
That's fair. That's good. I like that. I'm going to switch over, I think, from what I'm using to stream because my phone, for whatever reason, is saying it's got 20% left and it was fully charged. I don't know why it's only lasting an hour now. So I'm going to log in on my iPad over here.
Okay. Well, Mike is in the comments now, all the way from Alaska. So I guess maybe we should do our top 5 at this point because now Mike is there.
Hold on, but I need to just so we can fill for a minute while I'm changing my login. And I need to absolutely know because this is one of my all-time favorite bands. Justin, how was Guns N' Roses? I am unabashedly a Guns N' Roses fan. Like,
that's cool.
I freaking love Guns N' Roses. Not for everybody. That was my high school, like my favorite band in high school. I loved Guns. Justin, please tell me in the comments, how was Guns? I'm really afraid to go see them in concert because I'm worried that they're just not going to be as good. And I don't want to see my favorite band in concert and see them bad or suck. I remember when I love The Who, like that's a 60s and 70s band. I love The Who. And I remember when they did a Super Bowl show and they were not great when they did that Super Bowl halftime show. And I was so disappointed. And I was like, it kind of made me think I don't want to see a band that I absolutely love be garbage. Especially not live and pay a lot of money for.
Yeah, that's awful, right? No one wants that to happen.
All right. I'm going to switch over. Slash was amazing. Axl, yes. See, Justin, that's what I'm worried about is that Axl's voice. And you go to a gun show for Axl's voice. I mean, Slash is amazing. And then you've got Duff. I'm sure Duff was playing bass. And then let's see, could have been Izzy Stradlin or no, Izzy. I don't know. Is Izzy? I don't know who their bass player is anymore. Or well, Duff's their bass player, but they had another guitarist. This is how deep I am into Guns. And Stradlin, I think, was their drummer, and I think he came back, but I don't know if he's still there. So, it's hard to say.
Yeah. Nice, Mike.
I'm jumping over.
Take lots of pictures. It's funny, you posted a picture. This is specifically for Mike. You posted a picture earlier about your where you are and your background. I couldn't find it. I don't know where it is, but I have a picture with the same background from when I was there too, which I thought was pretty funny. There you go. I mean, Chris, now you're just being rude. Top 5 bands that are way better than Dave. I mean, I'm not saying they're the best. They're the best for me. There's nothing better. So if you want to talk about ranking stuff, that would definitely be my number 1. But hey, you don't have to like it. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Let's get out of this thing.
Yeah, Steve Miller. They came through New York a couple years ago at the fair. Sounded great. Amazing.
So since Daddy's now here, I guess we gotta do our list.
I mean, I guess. Although we're an hour and 15 minutes in without doing it, I'm still saying we still go forward.
Man, it's really tempting. It's really tempting. I don't know how many people would hate us for it, but it would be a real Kaiser Sose move, right? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was never doing their top 10 list or top 5 list.
I mean, there's stuff that we haven't talked about that the chat's brought up, right? Hockey. We could start talking about hockey. That'll take at least a half an hour.
Oh my God, you could go for ages on hockey.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been to Jones Beach. I've seen one of my favorite concerts, totally random, but one of my favorite concerts at Jones Beach was Bryan Adams, believe it or not.
Oh, I bet he puts on a good show, dude.
It was a great show. It really was. I mean, his music is hit or miss. Like they're not all great, but the show, the energy, the vibe that he was putting out, it was really, really well done.
Like I will say, one of the craziest concerts that I've been to, and I don't even really care about Kiss, but I saw a Kiss. It was like their farewell tour, but it was in 2000 or 2002, and I think they're still doing farewell tours. But Ted Nugent and oh my God, so many people opened for him. There was like 4 opening bands, and it was just such an experience to see. It was crazy. Like watching Ted Nugent light arrows on fire and shoot them into a target across the stage was like, okay, which is why he's banned from Notre Dame forever. Because back in the 70s, he lit an arrow and fired it and missed, and it like flew into the wall of the Joyce Center. And yeah, so he got banned after that show. They won't let him back at Notre Dame, which is right? Ironically, yeah. Which is where I saw Dave Matthews back in the 90s, which still smelled like weed in Notre Dame, which is not the easiest thing to do, especially back in the 90s.
Sure.
I saw Warrant, Evan. I saw Warrant and Dokken, and it was Skid Row without Sebastian Bach, open for Poison. And Dokken was there too. Yeah, that was a Poison. I think that Brett Michaels is like one of the hackiest hacks to ever sell a cowboy hat. But dude, we all know you're bald under that bandana. I say this as a bald man. Like, just come out with it, man. You'll be a happier life. But man, Poison put on a great show. They put on a great show.
Sure.
And there was tons of like way too old ladies flashing the band and doing all that stuff. And,
good for you.
Nick's accidentally saw Poison 3 times as an opening act.
Wow, that's impressive. Like they weren't on the list
20 years ago. I mean, well, so I found out Nix is older than me. I believe Nix is older than me because he must have been going to concerts in the 80s if Poison was an opening act. I saw, so back in the early 2000s, maybe late 90s, I went to see Creed because the girl I was dating at the time loved Creed. So it's, of course, I'm going to go with the girl I'm trying to impress and see whoever.
Yeah.
That is 1,000,000% the excuse I'm going with because the opening band was a million times better than Creed. And that was Seven Dust. I saw Seven Dust. Never saw Seven Dust before. They opened with 3 Doors Down. Had never heard of 3 Doors Down. And so 3 Doors Down did Superman. I was like, oh, right on. That's pretty cool. But then Seven Dust came out and they had like these trampolines on the stage and they were like jumping into the trampoline, like, and just never missing a beat and just like jamming on that guitar and like head banging, hair spinning. I was like, holy shit. And then I had to listen to Creed for an hour. And I'm like, okay, with arms wide open, we get it. Like, it's fine. Somebody give Scott Stapp a hug because nobody else will.
You have a Creed tattoo. Don't lie.
Well, not anymore. I got it removed. I got it covered with, I was trying to think of a band I hate more than Creed tattoo. How about a Vampire Weekend tattoo or a Fallout Boy tattoo? I don't know. Just bands I think are overrated.
Tell us what you really think. Green Day. Green Day.
Yeah, right?
You got it covered by Green Day.
Yeah, I got a Green Day tattoo. I had a Billy Joe. He autographed my butt during when they were touring for Dookie, because that's like, oh, I like Green Day when they were punk rock, and then they stopped being punk rock and became MTV punk rock, which is why I think I started to kind of hate them. And then because it's like Green Day's not punk anymore. They were punk. They're not punk anymore. It's kind of like No Doubt. No Doubt was more like punk ska kind of stuff. And then they stopped being that. And it's fine because they got rewarded for all of their efforts. And actually, that first No Doubt album is pretty great. I will still listen to like Spiderwebs and all those songs on there. Still have a crush on Gwen Stefani. It's fine.
Who's the band that Mark McGrath was the lead singer for?
Oh, Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray. They had an album before their main album, right? Just like Green Day had an album, 2 albums before Dookie.
Yes.
And then it's a totally different experience, totally different band.
It is 1,000,000% different. And I even like that Sugar Ray mainstream, that first album with like, well, not their first album, but their first mainstream album with I Just Want to Fly, whatever. And then Every Morning. Yeah. Like I played the shit out of that album. I loved it. And yeah, so Evan's got my back. And Evan, you really have, being in Portland, you have an unfair advantage, sir, because I bet you see a lot of awesome music come out of there.
Well, and he's in a band. Like Evan is, I don't know if you know that about Evan.
Yeah.
But if you look at it, like he is a hell of a singer too.
Yeah. Evan, let me just say, like, I should hate Evan because he's so freaking talented. Like the man does so many different things. He's tall, he's good looking, he can sing, he does all the things that I can't do. He designs games that I like, and but he's so nice I can't hate him. I just can't. I really want to. Like that hipster, dark side, blackened soul, in me really just wants to hate him, but I can't. I really can't. Oh, okay. So David went to see the Chieftains, who I like, actually opened for Jethro Tull, and you left once the Chieftains were done. I would stay for Jethro Tull. And then Nick's, if you've seen the Bon Jovi Dead or Alive video, you can point to yourself in the blurred crowd. That's pretty fun. Did you ever play Rock Band, Mike?
One of my favorite games.
Okay.
That Guitar Hero, Rock Band, like that whole thing. Yep.
Yes. So whenever we sang Dead or Alive for Rock Band, we always said wanted, mostly by guys, and then changed the rest of the words to suit all of that. Don't get me wrong. Bon Jovi's great. I'm a big fan of Young Guns. They basically do like the soundtrack to Young Guns 1 and 2. I'm here for it. But yeah, got to share that story. Billy Joe Armstrong did a neat album with Norah Jones. What? Basically, it was covered. Cool. Now I'm here for that because I love some classic stuff. Oh, show them the video, Mike.
Nope.
Oh, do you have a video of you doing Rock Band?
Nope.
Okay, so while we're talking about this, I don't know where it is or whatever happened to it, but there's a video of me singing Ballroom Blitz somewhere out in the universe.
That's awesome.
We did there was me and a couple other friends, and we did a contest. We put it online to see who did the best version of Ballroom Blitz. Now, me being like not only do I love Sweet, which is the band that originally did Ballroom Blitz, but Wayne's World, because in Wayne's World, Tia Carrera, who at the time was the love of my life when Wayne's World came out, I just thought that was a heaven or an angel, from heaven landed on earth. Yeah. She was the most gorgeous human being I'd ever seen until I saw Selma Hayek in Desperado.
That's a good one.
Yeah. But Tia Carrera, when she sings Ballroom Blitz, I was like, this is the greatest song I've ever heard in my life. I love this song. I love it. So I had already I had an unfair advantage. Let's just say that, because then I became I started looking like, oh, Ballroom Blitz is a cover. Like she didn't, that wasn't just for the movie Wayne's World. And then you start
Right.
looking and, you know, like you do, you go down the rabbit hole. So
Yep.
like I had all of the nuances down for Ballroom Blitz. I'm not going to say I was good, but I was passionate. So I was passionate.
There's a
I won
difference.
the contest, and I won the contest. I didn't cash in on the free meal that I was owed, but I did
Nice.
win the contest. That's it. To me, that's what matters.
That is definitely what matters. No. Nope.
I love
Nope.
it.
I said no. I said if I was going to do that video, it was going to be on the 42. It's not going to be here, and it's going to be more of a.
Oh, sure.
I think I need a couple
Yeah,
more. Like I'm out of whiskey. I can't do it. I need
yeah.
more.
So how much of all of this music that I download on Napster?
Oh,
Probably enough to get sued by Lars.
There you go.
Ooh, top 5 Ballroom Blitz covers. David, I've got one, and that is Crucial Taunt. And that's the name of Tia Carrero's band in Wayne's World. So I'll go deep cut. I know the band. Yeah, LimeWire.
Yeah, LimeWire. God.
But
there's like that LimeWire and Napster might not mean anything to anybody. That's weird.
Oh my God. Oh my
Right?
God. I downloaded so much much music, made so well, that was like back in the day, right, Mike, where you'd make mixtapes for people.
Yep.
You know, like my friends, women I was trying to impress.
That girl you went to the Creed concert with.
Oh my God. Yeah. So here's a fun story though, and Justin might appreciate this, is she worked for the local newspaper and was like the music writer. And so when Slash's Snake Pit came to town, she got to interview Slash, and I made her I tried to get her to take a Guns N' Roses CD to get signed. And she's like, I don't want to take it because they had a bad falling out and blah, blah, blah. And I don't want to make them mad. And I'm like, fine. So I went out and bought a Slash's Snake Pit CD, which I still have. And he autographed it for me. But I'm pretty sure he hit on her while he did it. So I'm cool with it because it's like, at least it was Slash of all people. Like, I can't be mad at Saul for doing that. But at the same time, like, come on, man. Like, this is the best I can do. Like, I don't need you. Like, you can get whoever you want. Like, don't be taking what I can get.
Sure.
but I do have Slash's autograph. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just a little. Now it's totally different, right, Nix? Like $10 a month for Spotify. Best $10 I spend on anything is being able to have that stuff at the ready whenever.
I'm still trying to talk my wife into to getting like Amazon Music or something to pay for it, just for that specifically, because to have all of that music and have access to it
at the ready. If you travel, if you like just, I'm telling you, man, the $10 a month for Spotify has been, and whatever, do what you got to do with whatever company you want to do it for, but that is the best $10 I spend on anything. Because I listen to music so much, right? I'm a huge Dave Matthews fan, obviously. So I listen to, if you ever look at me on the Discord, it tells you what I'm listening to. But to be able to just download anything that's available on that and listen to anything that you want at any time, with all the road trips, with the 10-hour trip to Indy, to the going down to PAX in December, going down to visit my mom, no matter where you are, being able to listen to anything, podcast, whatever the fuck. Yeah, no one's talking about them.
Not even me and Mike.
We're an hour and a half in, Tim. I think we just abandoned it, man. I think we just go forward with talking about whatever.
Oh my God.
And just burn.
Well, yeah, I feel like I should apologize to Seppi because I have one of Seppi's games on my list. Justin is sending me pictures of what I'm assuming is his point of view at concerts, and I'm so jealous.
Oh,
he's
really?
Like, yeah, Tim, check your DMs, bro. I am so jealous, dude. Now, I will say, and nobody here in this chat will appreciate it, and I'm fine with that, is that if somebody wanted to geek out over blues music, and I'm talking about like hardcore 60s and 70s Chicago blues, I could go with what Justin's talking about. Like I could show pictures of me with my kid, with my dad, with my parents. My dad used to run a blues festival at Notre Dame back in the late 60s, actually more like in the early 70s. So like everybody's kind of heard of Muddy Waters, right? You heard of Muddy Waters?
Yep.
Maybe Hound Dog Taylor, some of those guys. Like I literally walked into a blues club, Buddy Guy's Blues Club, and one of maybe like 7 white people in that club, and like Buddy Guy's like, "Oh, hey Perry," and just starts talking to my dad. Like just stops talking to whoever he's talking to and starts talking to my dad. Been around a lot of blues guys, got a lot of that stuff. But when it comes to like rock and roll, not as much. Not as I. If you, oh gosh, what was the? Have you ever seen Adventures in Babysitting?
Yeah.
Movie from the 80s.
Yeah, with
Do you
Thor?
remember? There's a scene. Yeah, with Thor, with Vincent D'Onofrio playing Thor.
Yep.
There's a scene in that movie where they go into that bar, and then the musician says, "Nobody leaves without singing the blues."
Right.
And they do a musical number in there. That musician is Albert Collins. That guy is the Iceman. I got a picture with him when I was a kid, right around the same time that when he was in that movie. My sister is literally on an album cover. Like my older sister is, back from the late 70s or the early 70s, because she's older than me. But like we're like tied in deep there. But yeah,
That's
wait, that's you. Justin just said that was him singing in his old band. Damn, Justin. I got to know more about Justin's music. Justin, you got to send me some more information than just that. Let me know about what's going on with your band, dude, or your old band at least. And then Evan, I knew just from like Facebook stalking that you were in a band and doing stuff, but like, dude, let me like share some of that stuff. I want to see it. I want to see videos.
Yeah, he's got some. You could if you're Facebook stalking him, you can scroll through and he's got videos of him singing.
Yeah, those are the kind of people I hate because they're so talented. Yeah. They're just so talented.
Yeah, whatever
like,
they do,
being so good at life.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys are awful people because you're so nice. Like you probably killed like 12 people. You just hide it really well. I'm just convinced.
Sociopaths. Yeah.
That's it. It's like Mike is so nice. I'm sure Mike's got at least 2 bodies buried in his backyard. At least 2.
There's 2 upstairs, 2 outside. Yep.
Right. Yeah. I hate all you talented people so much. Make me sick.
You have your own talents. We all bring something to the table, right?
Oh, we do. I bring bullshitting to the table. Let's go. Let's bullshit.
Well, I bring that you're drinking shit.
I bring not talking about our top 5 games under the radar to the table.
Yeah,
Mike, this might be the greatest trick we've ever pulled.
I mean, I'll keep going where the conversation goes.
That's true. You will. Mm-hmm. You will. All right.
Nice.
Justin, thanks for being here, man. Awesome to have you here. I seriously just put on the claw shirt because I was like, I'm wearing this shirt. It's a good shirt for the show. Wasn't sure you'd be here. So it wasn't totally pandering to you. Tomorrow I will be wearing a different shirt. Trevor, lies, sir. I have a list. I don't have a list written down. I have a stack of games right here of people, unsung heroes in the industry. Well, one of them is very well sung hero in the industry. And no, it's not Evan.
You went a little deeper. How you did the designer and the company as well.
Well, I mean, it's just by default. I wouldn't say and the company. It's more like the game and the designer. Okay. But 1, 2, 3, 4 4 out of my 5 designers that I picked are people that I have either interviewed or met in real life, and I genuinely like them and their games. And David, I'm actually not recycling this list for next week. Next week, I'm going to have the Parakeet Griffin, a couple of people from Parakeet Griffin on, and we're going to play some of their, we're going to play their game and some other games and kind of hang out and do stuff with them. They're super fun. See, Trevor, list of 5 lies they're willing to commit to and die on the hill for. Oh, man.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, man, there's some good ones.
I think number 1 is the top 5 underrated list that we have.
Top 5. I will look at this. I will do like a real quick. I will just. Ooh. You can kind of see. Here's like 4 of my 5. Boom, right there. Now you got to go back and freeze it. The 5th one is a big box game.
That's
Watch
funny.
next week when Tim doesn't play a bunch of games. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could do the list. I don't care. Whatever. I mean, we've gone an hour and a half.
Yeah.
How are your Rangers going to do this year? You think they're going to be any good?
Hopefully better than the fucking Yankees.
Oh, boy. Are you a Yankees fan?
I'm born in the Bronx, man.
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean everybody's a Yankees fan just because they're from New York and blah, blah, blah. Are you literally born in the Bronx?
Yeah. Yeah. My blood is pinstriped.
Okay.
Like, legit. I'm a diehard Yankee fan.
Well, better Yankees fan than a Mets fan. I hate the Mets.
Yeah, I mean, still it's New York. It counts.
Oh, poor Yankees. They're having a down year. They're amazing every other year.
They are.
I feel bad for you.
No, I don't. I mean, I love all the people that are posting every day. Woke up today, Yankees are still in the basement. Woke up today, Yankees are still like, enjoy it, man. Enjoy yourself. We still have 27 rings. Like, okay.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah. All those people. Listen, I fully admit, like, the teams that I hate are mostly out of jealousy or envy, right? Like, so as a Cubs fan, the first Cubs game I went to that I remember was in 1986. Okay. And we rode the South Shore, which is a train that runs from South Bend. The end of the line is in South Bend, my hometown, where I live now, to Chicago. But it runs all the way through Gary, Michigan City, all the towns. So you could take the train to Chicago, get on the L train, runs right by Wrigley Field. You walk 2 blocks to the red line, take it to Wrigley Field. Very first Cubs game I go to, that I remember going to, I should be clear, 1986, we take the train. There's some Mets fans on the train. The Cubs are playing the Mets that day. These guys are talking trash. They're drunk. They're like, oh, and I'm a kid, so I was 8 years old. They're like, oh, we'll buy you a Mets jersey while you're there. And I'm like, I hate them. I hate them so much. Diehard Cubs fan. We get to the game. 1986 was the year that the Mets had Darryl Strawberry, Doc Gooden. They were freaking amazing. Yep. They were so good. The only thing they were better at than winning baseball games was doing cocaine. Was the only thing they were better at.
That's accurate. Yep.
I mean, Doc Gooden missed the World Series parade because he was strung out and passed out and didn't realize what time it was. Anyways, the Mets crushed the Cubs that day. And then I had these assholes on the whole train ride back. So forever, I don't care that the Cardinals are the biggest Cubs rivals. I hate the Mets to the core of my soul because of that one experience, right? In 1986. I also hate the Cardinals, full disclosure, but the Cardinals are a really well-run organization. They've had a great run from the early 2000s. So I love to watch them suffer. Albert Pujols, great dude. 100% great dude. I hate him. He's an amazing dude. I hate him. I hate him so much. Mark McGwire, legitimately a dick. I enjoy hating him. That's fine. He's a total asshole. Right. But known to be an asshole. So, like with the Yankees, I don't really hate the Yankees. I'm totally have World Series envy, right? especially with the run you guys went on, you know, for like a decade.
Yeah.
With the late 90s, like through the 2000s.
Yeah, it was either Atlanta or the Yankees, right? In the 90s.
Yeah.
Like it was
100%.
yeah.
Also, hey, in Atlanta, amazing team, really
Yeah.
well run organization.
Yeah.
Lots of great dudes come out of that.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I mean, the Yankees with like Mariano Rivera and Jeter and Wells. I mean, you guys had so many just every year. It's just like you guys are freaking stacked.
Yeah.
Every year.
Yeah. Every year. I mean, somebody had mentioned, I think it was Nick's, about money, right? Well, Mets, it's still New York, but you're from Queens. That's yeah. Every year the Yankees should win the World Series with the amount of money they spend on these players, and that doesn't happen, right? It's not all about the money that we spend. It's not all about the money that the luxury tax that goes to the other teams that can't, like. Yeah, we spend money on it, but a lot of teams do. Not all of them, and some of them can't afford it because they don't have the best selling merchandise in the game cross country. Like it's
good to be the king, right, Mike?
Yeah.
I will say, real quick, yeah, Joel, Ohio State is on the list, but I don't hate them near as much as I hate like real Notre Dame rivals like USC and stuff. Evan, I'm gonna guess. Please tell me that this is a Simpsons reference, because there is an amazing episode of The Simpsons. Mike, are you like a diehard Simpsons fan? Do you like Simpsons? Where you at?
I'm not. I've seen it. I don't. I couldn't tell you what Springfield they're from.
Okay, yeah, me neither. But there is an amazing Simpsons episode where Homer plays on the Springfield Isotopes, and Mr. Burns wants to win. And so he gets all of these ringers on the team. And there's Daryl Strawberry, and there's Steve Sachs, and there's like all Ozzie Guillen, there's like all of these people, Don Mattingly. And they keep yelling at Mr. Burns keeps yelling at Don Mattingly to shave his sideburns. And Don Mattingly like doesn't have sideburns already. And so like by the end of the episode, he shaved his head like up to here. And he's always like, Mattingly, shave those sideburns, like all the time. But during that episode, they're going, Daryl, every time Daryl Strawberry comes up to bat, Daryl. And on Steve Sachs, they pin all of the murders that happened in New York on or in Springfield on Steve Sachs because he's from New York. So they arrest him and like send him. So like all of these terrible things happen to like all these people. So anyways, when Evan and some of these other guys are going, Daryl, that's all I can think of is that Simpsons episode with Daryl Strawberry.
I wouldn't have picked up on it. I did meet Daryl. He came through Syracuse for one of the local hockey games, and you had a meet and greet after. And I had a Yankees hat. I had him sign. I had him sign a couple things, and I asked him which World Series win was better, the '86 with the Mets or with the Yankees. And he couldn't answer, right? And I feel they're different for him because in '86 it was the first time he's with the team, and he's in a different place than he was when he was with the Yankees because he had overcome his demons, he had found himself again, and he's playing ball again and doing all this cool shit. So I figured there'd be a little bit more sweetness in the second time than the first time, but the first time is the first time. So he kind of danced around it and did one of those like they're all equally as sweet kind of things. But it was fun to talk to him about it.
Can I? This isn't very nice. Can I tell you a story about how my dad met Daryl Strawberry?
Sure. I'm curious if they're talking about where Simpsons Springfield is. Like, is that known?
I believe they are. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, so they're arguing. But so Evan, first confirm, or is Daryl, is that from that Simpsons episode? Second, so my dad, before he retired, used to work with correctional facilities, and basically with programs that would help with recidivism, so to stop people from coming back to jail, like low-level offenders. And yeah, so he met Daryl Strawberry while he was in jail because he was in jail for some drug thing or another.
Sure.
Not super nice to Daryl Strawberry.
No. Real nice guy to talk to.
I think it was Doc. I think though he said that Doc Gooden, like when Doc was in jail, like he didn't want to talk to anybody. Like Doc just wanted to be in there and was just head down. I'm doing my time. I'm getting out. Where Daryl was more like playing up a little bit, being a celebrity. But I'm glad he was very cool when you met him, because it can mean so much, especially like you and I, right? Fans of sports. When you get the opportunity to meet somebody that you love, especially that plays sports, it's really easy in board games because everybody's really cool. When you meet a designer you really like, they're always really cool. But when you get to meet somebody like sports related, or anything that you're like, oh yeah, they're awesome, I love them, and you get to meet them and they're actually like legit very nice and like signing everything and like talking to people, that's great.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad Daryl Strawberry was awesome when you got to meet him.
It was awesome. I'm definitely being in Syracuse and having what is now Tampa Bay Lightning's minor league team here. You get to see a lot of players come through that, like when the Rangers minor league Hartford comes through because they play, you get to see some players that maybe are playing at the Garden the weekend before, and then they get dropped down to the AHL level, or they're getting called up the week after, and you get to talk to them in a way you don't get to talk to normal, like major league, national league players. You don't get that one. Like there are plenty of players that have hoisted the cup that I've walked to the parking garage with. Because after the game, they come out, they do their thing, they have their to-go food, and they're just walking to their car because they drove themselves there, talking about how the ref sucks and how the ref did this, and so many moments like that. There's I don't know if you know Scott, or if you remember Scott Gomez.
I know the name, yeah.
He played with the Devils for a while. He came with the Rangers. He got dropped later on in his career. He was playing in the minor leagues. And I met him afterwards, and I told him a story about something that was funny. Like, it was just a funny story. And he kind of he signed in. I got the jersey, the Devils jersey, and he's signing it. And he kind of looked up and kind of did like one of these things and handed me the jersey and got on the bus. Like, no character, no smile, no nothing. And then I don't remember John Scott a few years ago, the whole AHL, NHL All-Star thing, but he's given one of our players a hard time the whole fucking game, every chance he got. And we didn't like the player to begin with, but you could tell John didn't like him at all. And I go and see him after the game. Like, he was not hiding it. Like, after the play, like everything he could do to just make sure this player was like uncomfortable. And I go to the visitors team at the arena, and he's there, like just a sweaty mess, just came off the ice, like meeting fans, signing autographs, whatever. And there's nobody around, and I'm asking him for an autograph. And I'm like, I just have a question, like, what was going on? Like, what was happening on the ice? Like, and he kind of looked up the hallway and down the hallway to make sure no one was around. And the next words out of his mouth was, I just don't fucking like the guy.
Wow. Nice.
Right. So, and then like I started laughing, and he was like, the whole team, like what he did with the holdout in the beginning of the season and all the comments he's made about whatever, like he just wanted to let the guy know that they heard what he was doing. They don't like him. They don't appreciate him in the league. And he didn't give a shit about telling me like that moment, that real moment of just having a conversation with another human, not this all-star, not this NHL player, not this guy that's been around the league, just this moment of just real talk. You don't get that when you're playing, when you're on the national stage. You don't get that unless you're, paying for meet and greets and getting all of that stuff. It's just, sometimes you just get to meet a person, and you get the Scott Gomez that has no character and no laugh and no smile. And then you got the other side of the thing where they're just like talking to you like you're just another human, which is the way it should be.
That is 1,000,000% like the best thing, when it's just so, oh God, showing my age. Joe Girardi, who is now not even a manager anymore, was a catcher for the Cubs.
Yep.
I went to, again, probably 20 plus years ago, to a Cubs-Cardinals game. Joe Girardi was playing for the Cardinals, and we're sitting in the bleachers. So if you're in the bleachers at Wrigley, famously, you basically just yell at whoever's in the outfield. I mean, that is what you do. You drink beer and you yell at the outfielders. I've caught a Sammy Sosa ball. I've caught, batting practice balls. And 1 year I'm out there with one of my buddies and we are there. It's during batting practice and Joe Girardi playing for the Cardinals, but he's out there and some drunk ass next to us yells, "Hey, Joe, I know you're wearing blue under that Cardinals jersey." And Joe Girardi turns around. He hadn't looked at anybody. We'd all been yelling at him. He hadn't looked at anybody. He turns around and lifts up his shirt and he's wearing red like Under Armour underneath it. And he flips the dude the bird. And we're all like, oh, it was the best. I still love Joe Girardi for that. Like whatever. Like it was just a great story because it was kind of a real moment. You know what I mean? Like he's having a good time. We're all just goofing around. There was times where I will say Sammy Sosa back in the day, like he never stopped to sign autographs, all that stuff. I knew all the spots at Wrigley you could go to get autographs, and almost every other player would stop and sign autographs. Kerry Wood was like one of the nicest dudes, and also probably like the second biggest name on the team at the time, right? Kerry Wood would sign autographs. Carlos Zambrano, all these dudes would sign autographs. Sammy would never sign autographs. But if you were sitting in the bleachers in right field, Sammy worked that crowd like a freaking musician. I mean, he, in between innings, like he would come running out and he'd hold his hand up to his ear and everybody cheered. He'd run along the whole outfield wall, right? And everybody's going nuts the whole time he's running. And he's got his ear out, you know what I mean? Or maybe he's waving a flag. He would do all kinds of stuff. Everybody's going nuts. And then during the game, everybody, how many outs? And he wouldn't turn around, but behind him, he'd hold up like 2 or 1. Like he'd always respond.
That's
so like the dude just always worked the crowd the whole game and was all about the fans, except for signing autographs.
Yeah.
But like, and that I saw Sammy Sosa hit home run number 60 the first time. So that was like 98. And that was like the first time anybody had hit 60 since Roger Maris did it, Yankee, 60 and 62, but like just amazing, like kind of experiences you can have with these guys, right? These athletes that you love and you watch them do all this stuff. And Alan, thanks for being here, buddy. We're all doing great. And you have not even missed the top 5 yet. It's crazy. We're an hour and 53 in.
Yeah, there's a difference, right? Like Nick Swisher in right field would just play with the crowd and just have fun with the bleachers, and he's great. He was an unbelievable character, and definitely wanted to create that atmosphere for the fans, right? Very fan focused, very just having fun. And then there's those others that just couldn't care less.
Yeah, and
there's those in the board game industry. It's not just a sports thing. There are those in the board game industry that are that caliber of Sammy Sosa not signing autographs because whatever reason. They exist everywhere.
I have yet to get big timed, though. I'll just say, like for example, Martin Wallace. I had I don't even think I've said this publicly. So I had people like, oh, I'm going to meet Martin Wallace. You want to get something signed? If he'll sign it, I'll let you do it. I had Martin Wallace sign like a ton of stuff for other people. So much that I forgot to get my own stuff signed by Martin Wallace. I did not get a Martin Wallace autograph.
Right.
I was so busy. But every time he would do it, I was like, thank you so much for doing this. And he's like, it's just a signature. It's the least I can do. Like he was just so humble about it. Like these people are, like I had a friend who Martin Wallace has a game called Hit Z Road. Yeah. And it's like a zombie game. And like all throughout the game, there's stuff crossed out. And my friend was like, if you think he would do it, can you get him to cross out his name and then sign his name? And I was like, I'll ask him. Sure as shit. Martin's like, oh, that's a bloody great idea. And then just crossed it out, did the thing, like Eric Lang. Eric Lang customize like the way he signs stuff. He's like, do you want me to just sign it, or do you want something like snarky? I'm like, Eric, I want you to sign it in the most you way possible, you know? And that's what he did.
That's great.
And so the people that I have really admired and been excited about, and maybe you know, I've been lucky, but like even Evan, for example, I'm gonna let's put Evan on a pedestal real quick. After the Empire, my buddy Bob, who's on the show, it's one of Bob's all-time favorite games. I had yet to play it, but Bob loved After the Empire. Always talking. It's probably one of his top 10 games of all time. So at Origins, I mean, Evan was just nice enough to be like, I've never met him. Hey, do you want to come on and like demo After the Empire? And Evan's like, I'll one up you. You want to like see a prototype for an expansion? And we're like, well, yeah. So it's my first time even getting to play it. I run into Evan at your booth.
Yep.
So I'm at your booth. Evan's there talking to you already. I just came by to say hey to you. And Evan, of course, being Evan, disgustingly nice and wonderful human being. You've got to hate him so much. He's like Mr. Rogers nice. It's the worst thing ever. And but Evan comes over, plays After the Empire. We're talking about like he's getting feedback from my brother-in-law, like brutal feedback about his expansion that's still prototype. And but Evan is just the freaking ace of a human being that he is, which again, terrible, just the worst.
Awful.
He's so nice. It's disgusting. But it's like, dude, like I was just excited that this guy that one of my best friends in the whole world loves his game. And this guy is so nice. And like, now I just call him a friend. Now I just see Evan and I'm like, hey, Evan, what's up, man?
Yeah.
It's just such a great feeling. It's such an amazing thing. Like I could run into Martin Wallace now and be like, hey, I'm not going to go, hey, Marty, what's up? You know, but I'll be like, hey, remember us?
Yeah.
You know, we had a good time that one time.
Yeah.
But you got to love that about the hobby and being in it, man. It's great.
It's I genuinely, it's like the friends that I can call friends and the people that I know in the industry are some of the most genuine people I've ever met in my life. They really are. They're friendly. They're helpful. They'll go out of their way for you. Like they're just some of the nicest people, and not everyone, and that's true anywhere. But
oh, sure,
they are some of the nicest people I have ever met, ever.
Well, I already told this story, but like Sam Stockton, for example, from BA Games.
Yep. Sam's great.
I went over to say hey to Sam at Gen Con, and he's like, hey, what are you doing right now? And I go, nothing. I just came over to say hey to you. And because again, this whole thing is about relationships and friendships and everything. And I really feel that it is so important that all of these people that work with us, either with the channel or even just like you before we would like work together, or you would give us a game for review or something. It's more like, hey man, I appreciate you. And I'm a fan. Like I'm here as a fan. It's really important to me to go around and just build those relationships because I genuinely really like all of these people. And I want to, hang out. I want to do stuff with them. And Sam takes me over to Smirk and Dagger. Right. And he's like, oh, have you met Kurt yet from Smirk and Dagger? I'm like, no. Next thing I know, Kurt Covert, giving us a bunch of review games, agrees to come over and do an interview. And I'm like, holy shit. Like that dude is a known quantity in the hobby.
Yeah.
You know, Smirk and Dagger has been around for ages. And it's just because you're nice to one person, you know what I mean? And then they take you around and you get to meet other people. And it's just, and yeah, Evan, I'm sorry, you've been overthrown. Kurt might be nicer than you somehow.
Well, there's a difference though, right? There are plenty of people, and I see it more now, that come to the booth and throw their name out there like they deserve something from you. They deserve
a review
copy. They expected a review copy. And I mean, not everyone is moving the needle when it comes to content creation. So some companies watch what they're giving out because they got to make sure like it's got an impact and it's hitting the right crowd and it's.
One,
But
yes,
you specifically, but your channel, you're not going around to companies going, "Hey, I run this company. We do content. I run this channel. We do content. Do you have any games you want?" You're not looking for that stuff. You're in it for the genuine nature of connecting with people in the hobby because we have a connection as people in the
yes.
hobby, not because you want something. You're not walking around with a cart expecting to have it full by the time you're done. Like that's not the thing, right? That's not why we're in it.
And yeah, no. And like, I look at it as a fringe benefit. If somebody gives me a game they want covered, awesome, great,
Right.
happy to do it. How lucky am I to be here to get to do that? But for me, genuinely, because I mean, you never know. Life is fleeting. This whole channel could go away tomorrow.
Yep.
But if it goes away tomorrow, I know I walk into Origins next year with tons of plans because I'm going to have an awesome time playing games with all of these people that I've made friends with. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And doing shit with you guys and not doing it. And you guys aren't talking to me because I got a channel. You're talking to me because we're friends. Right. You know what I mean? And we're doing stuff. Yeah. Like I have no interest in using any of those people for who they are, just like I don't want to be used for our small channel.
Yeah.
You know, like let's be cool. Let's do this because we're excited about it. Yep. Evan's gonna miss it because John Stockton really was good. Because Evan quoted the SNL sketch. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like everyone else. But when I go to work, I make hit records. That Chris Walken. I need more cowbell.
Yep, the cowbell.
Yeah, Mike, you finally pulled the wool over my eyes.
I like wool. Wool's good.
You get the 10 people from the Board Game Rundown to buy your game. You got that BGR bump for Third World Studios that you were finally looking for.
Yeah, that's it. That was it. That's all I needed.
We had this joke back in the day where I had this in high school. I had this friend that all of my friends thought was like the most popular dude, right? Like everybody knew him. And we always said, you know, I mean, he was like 6'4", he's blonde, blue eyes, blah, blah, blah. And we always joked about his hordes of women, blah, 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 you know, and whatever. But in reality, he was like the shyest dude. But we're always like, oh, all the girls go talk to you. And then we just get the leftovers, you know? It's like, so like we, there was this restaurant around us. I don't know. Did you guys ever have a Garfield's around you?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, so it's kind of like a Fridays. Did you have a Fridays, a TGI Fridays or Applebee's kind of thing? So it's kind of like that, except Garfield's thing was that they had this white paper that they put over the table, and you could draw on it.
Oh yeah,
and stuff. So for years we had this thing where we drew my buddy and we drew him and his hordes of women on it, and we saved this thing because it was so epic. Because then next to that picture, there was a stick picture of me, and it said Tim with his horde of one woman, right? So like I could just get one, and so I kind of feel like that with board games sometimes. You know, you got like all the hordes, you know, of fans and everything over to one, and then here's our horde of one. It was a nice little running bit there.
I'll tell you, and this you could take this for what you want, whether it's hordes of women or hordes of fans. I would prefer the one over the hordes.
I seriously, when it like we were talking about earlier in the Discord, and like creating a good environment.
Yeah.
I would rather have 3 people in our whole channel that are awesome and fun to be around than to have a million people and a bunch of dickheads in there making life miserable for everybody else.
100%.
I really would. I really would. And again, Mike, I know you can defend yourself, but like I feel, again, as a host, you know, of that channel, I feel a responsibility to go, hey man, like we've got to be cool. Like we've got to be nice to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, because you could say something, you could start talking about something, and there are people that are quiet that don't feel like they can talk because it gets too aggressive or it gets too snarky or it gets too whatever. And like everyone should be able to say olives are good.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
agree, that's garbage, but everyone should at least be able to feel comfortable in saying, "Oh, I really like that game," and you don't like it. I get it. And there's this thing like when somebody says something and you're like, "No," like your immediate reaction is no. Try saying yes, right? Try saying yes,
Yeah.
however, or yes, but, or yes, I really like this in the game, but try and being more positive about the way things are. Like again, I don't give a shit if people like me or they don't like me. Like that's more power to you for having that choice. It doesn't bother me if people get upset with what I have
Right.
to say. Right? I try and keep it even. I like playing devil's advocate. There are always two sides of a story. Like, yeah, the
I
game.
love playing devil's
What about
advocate.
this?
That's sometimes devil's advocate is sometimes the more interesting conversation to have,
Yeah.
especially if I don't even agree with the position. But like to put yourself in those shoes, right?
Look at it from a different perspective, right? Like you have your perspective on what you like, what you don't like, how you see things. Great. But what about this? That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and again, right? Like, I know you'd be fine. I know
Sure.
you would be 1,000,000% fine in that Discord chat. But I also then, because of that, found out there were people that were not fine. And so,
Yeah.
you know, we have a responsibility, even you with the full 42, right? If somebody comes on for, I can't ever see it happening, but if somebody came on that chat and then was hanging out for a while and then all of a sudden started being like toxic, you know, or a dick or a turd to people.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys would have a responsibility to be like, hey, look, guys. And again, it's different for me to give you a bunch of shit about something and me to give one of the guys I do the show with, because I've been friends with them for ages, you know, like a hard time about stuff, than a total stranger.
Right.
Or somebody that is only a name on that.
Right.
Like that's not cool.
No.
That's just not. Like I don't know you. You
Right.
know, like if you're not giving me a hard time about something, I might be like, Mike, what's wrong? Why are you mad at me? You
Right.
know what I mean? That's
Right.
that's totally different.
Yeah. Yeah, when you have that relationship, when you know somebody, you know you're joking. I know you're coming at it with that
Right.
mindset, right? Like, aha, you're funny. I get it. But like when people don't know you and you start throwing in like those comments, especially in text form, right? Whether it's in the comments
Yeah.
here or it's a comment on the Discord or it's a text message to somebody, you got to remember that it has no emotion, right? And the person's going to read it the way that they read it. They're going to project onto it their state of mind at that time when they're reading.
Yes.
So you can go back to some of the comments earlier or a half hour ago or an hour ago and look at some of the stuff. And if we didn't know you, if we didn't think you were joking, it could come across as like, well, then why are we even doing this? Like we're having a great conversation. We're hanging out.
Right.
And we're making fun of the fact that we haven't touched on the top 40, the top 5 yet. And I get it. But like if you didn't know the people and they were just people that were there, like it could be hurtful. And then the people could be like, well, why am I even doing this? Like I'm trying to just have conversation and interject and put something out there. And like, why am I doing it? Because whatever reason, like it could really damage people. And those people that are quiet when that's happening don't feel like they can contribute because look what happens when you contrip.
Right. Right. And I have
I'm looking at you, Nix. I'm looking at you, Nix.
I love Nix. He's the nicest dude. That's great.
I kid.
But like, I mean, and no, but I mean, that's the thing is you've been on here before and you've seen Nix in the chat, you know, Nix, just like other people, you guys, I'm sure you guys have people in the full 42 chat that you've never met IRL, right? You know, like, I mean, even me, right? I've never met Chris Strain in real life. Like I only have met him virtually, right. You know, I've been on the show once. I buffered so badly. It was horrifyingly embarrassing. I need to do it again when I'm not, but because we fixed it now. Like it's good now.
Well, not what you're on now. What you're on now is you're not going black with the wheel, but you're
Oh,
locked.
am I locking? Okay, so I don't see that. So I'll say
On my
okay.
side. It could be me. I mean, my internet's shit, to be
No,
honest.
I mean I'm sure it's everybody else too. But it's not near as bad. I was so mortified because when we were on your all show, I didn't even really know you guys that well. Like it was me and Dan. Was it just me and Dan, or was there one more of us? I don't remember.
Wasn't Mike on?
Mike might have been on, and I was buffering so bad. I think that was like the worst night I was buffering ever. That I could barely even do the show, and I was so just embarrassed for myself. It's like, what am I doing? Like these guys have a show like that I respect and I really like, and I come on and I'm just stuck for 3/4 of the time. It was awful. But like, you guys know a lot of the people that come on your chat, and do stuff. You've either met them or they're just regulars that comment all the time. Same thing with our chat. I haven't met everybody. I haven't met Nix. Nix sent a proxy friend to Origins because he couldn't be at Origins.
Oh, that's funny.
So we've met, but like most of the people in the chat, when they throw things up, I understand because it's the context of what we're doing.
Yeah.
But in the Discord, it's different because it's we're not always having that conversation in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's like, sometimes the Discord can be, we just did a show. We post like 7 things. There's a conversation around it for a day. And then there's not much for like 2 or 3 days. Right. And then you come back and then maybe there's a different conversation going. Oh, I got a Kickstarter. I share a picture. Yep. Oh, I played this. What do you guys think of this? And I just don't think the relationships are always the same, I think with the live stream chat, everybody kind of knows everybody a little bit. We know Jason's going to come in with the heat, and he's going to do some jokes and be funny. Right. We know Nix is going to come in with comments. We know Andrew is always going to come in and be like, I'm Andrew. You know what I mean? And like we all know the stuff. You and I know each other. You and I would hopefully feel like you would be very comfortable busting my balls, because guess what, Mike? I'm going to bust your balls if I get the chance. And that's absolutely just what I do to people that I know and love, 100%. But when you don't know, when you can cross that line, if people don't know me personally and they don't know what my intentions are behind that, I mean,
well, Discord's different too, because it's so hard to stay up with conversations, because you have multi conversations happening in the same channel, and unless you have time to go back to the 50 plus comments that happened since the last time you opened the channel, you can take things out of context, or you see some goofy gif that's like making fun of somebody and someone saying something that's the butt end of a joke, and you're taking it to Discord's a totally different monster with that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, and again, the stream, Joel, you make a good point, right? The stream, we're all making comments, we're talking. So your comments actually have more context too, right? Because it's to what we're saying right now and what we're doing. So if like a total stranger came on and was just like, you guys suck, why don't you do the topic? It's like, okay, I get it. And again, they're probably just being a turd. If you couldn't guess by now, Mike and I aren't going to get to that top 5.
I'm ready to do it. I'm ready. My list is right here.
I got it right here. I got it. Here's a tease of the first one I talk about. We could do it.
We should do it because David left, and David was the one that was chirping the whole time. We should do it just to do it.
Nix, you're very kind for saying that. I hope and Nix, Nix is gonna do a one-shot D&D campaign with us, and then hopefully he gets comfortable enough. We're gonna live stream one.
That's
but
cool.
we're gonna do like an old school D&D thing. I'm very excited about. All right, so Mike, let's just reward the people that have stayed here for 2+ hours, and let's just do our top 5 real fast.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, let's do it real quick.
I think
let's
it
just
would
like breeze right
disappoint
through it
people
like
if we actually did it too, which is even better. Even more reason to do it. That it would be disappointing now that we actually did it.
Because we spent the last hour saying we wouldn't do it, and now we're gonna do it.
I think we do it. See
Okay.
what the viewership is and see what happens when we start talking about it and see how many people drop out.
Okay. So, well, I think people dropped out when we started talking sports, which is fine.
That'll happen.
Okay.
That Venn
so
diagram of board gamers and sports is so thin.
Oh, it's
yeah.
Which is why when I meet a fellow like sports fan, I love it. I love it. Okay, so we're going to reward everybody that has stuck around this long then. We're actually going to do the top 5.
Let's do it.
Okay. So my number 5, I got at Gen Con. It was given to me by the designer.
This year?
And I didn't know he was going to do it. And I made him sign my box. And it is a person that I have, I kind of met him before because I was playing in a Sovereignty like game night kind of thing, and he was on, and I just knew from this person's personality that it's like I want to. Sometimes you're just like, I want to hang out with that dude. Like I just want to be around that person because they make me laugh. I think they're hilarious.
Yeah.
That person. Not to disappoint you, Mike, was not Mike Guigliano because I already knew you and I already knew I liked you. But this person was Seppi Yoon.
Oh, Seppi. Cool.
Seppi is freaking hilarious. He was a delight to interview and talk to, and just to get to hear his story and everything. And Seppi gave me a game called Processing of his. And it is basically the end of the world. And you have to then decide whether how people are going to be processed, whether they're going to be processed for meat, for food, for the new alien overlords, whether they were going to be probed for science, or whether they were going to be set free. This tone of this game is so dark and hilarious. God. And Seppi signed this. Tim, probe all the things. Probe the things. Seppi Yoon. Seppi gave me like the explanation of this game, and I was like, I must have this game. This game sounds amazing and hilarious. I love your sense of humor. And Seppi's like, oh, it's funny you say that because I have a copy for you. And then I made him sign it for me. We played the game at Gen Con that night and all had a great time. Andrew Stiles and one of his design partners came and played it with us. And we're all like, and they're having a good time. Like, it's one thing for us, like, oh, we're just gamers. But then like when other designers and developers like come in and like, I take their opinions a little bit differently because they see it from a different angle. And yeah, we had a really good time. So that one might be harder to get though, because Fight in the Box has limited print runs on stuff. But if you can get your hands on a copy of Processing by Fight in the Box Games, I recommend it. Okay. I went and bought one of Seppi's other games. I should have bought more of them because some of the other ones he has sounds amazing. But I bought End of the Line, which is basically it's the end of the universe, and you're lining your whole family up. Like you've got like a husband, a wife, a son, a daughter, and a dog maybe, and you're lining your whole family up at the end of the line in queues, and you're eliminating different people from different lines, and your goal is to basically just be the last one standing. Like, oh man, I know it's brutal, it's really dark, it's really mean, and I thought it was hilarious. West was telling me about the game, and so then when I had the opportunity to talk to Seppi about it, he's like, oh well, we're opening the vault, and you can still get it at Gen Con for like these special prices. And then when I got back from Gen Con, Seppi messaged me and he's like, I'm getting ready to close the vault. And I was like, fine, I'll buy it. I want it. And then after that, I was like, by the vault, did you just mean your storage unit? Like, you just selling these? And he's like, maybe. But I don't care. I got End of the Line. I'm very excited, but I haven't played it yet, so it can't be on my list. But Processing, super fun, very darkly humored. Very much enjoyed it. And because you're voting, everybody has sort of like hidden objectives, like, oh, I'm going to score more points if these people are probed, if more of these people are sent for meat, and things like that. And it's so gross and dark.
So
I love it. Yeah. But Processing, super fun, really good. More people should know about it. Totally under the radar. Never heard of that game. Yeah. That wasn't the one where I felt the need to apologize to the designer, but that's coming up later. But anyways, what's your number 5 there, Mike?
Yeah, that was not on my radar, so thanks for bringing that one up.
You're welcome.
I don't know what I should do. Should I go from the more recent back? Should I go from the biggest to smallest?
I think my biggest game is going to be my number 1, but that doesn't need to color your list. You do your list. You do you, boo. You do you.
I'm gonna go from the more recent. Well, I could do the ranking. I'll go from the most recent game backwards in years.
Yeah,
again, with the caveat,
because if you go back,
nothing
like,
is.
You go back to 3 hours ago when we first started the show. Mike's list was games. Most of his games are a lot older.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I have one that's new, and then the other ones are 2018 and prior, because I take the caveat of the COVID years,
right,
where things kind of fell out because people weren't going to cons, people weren't really, like, things ramped up after that happened, which I think should be another show. So I have one, so I'll start with this one. It's from 2022, so last year. It's rated a 7.3, which is great. But it's 5,507 on the BGG list.
Oof.
Right. Like, this is outside the top 5,000 of games, right? Which I think is just ludicrous. The game's too good. It's called Downtown Farmers Market.
Never heard of it.
So it's by a tiny company you may have heard of called Blue Orange.
Oh, yeah, very tiny. Never heard of Blue Orange. Make amazing games.
They are one of the companies, we've talked about this on the show. One of the companies that if their name is on the box, I'm going to get it because I trust in what they put out there. It's called Downtown Farmers Market. The idea is you're given 4 double-sided tiles, and you're going to choose which side you want to be for your scoring for the game. And you put those 4 either on your top axes or your left axes, and then you're given 4 more. After you decide, you're given 4 more double-sided scoring tiles, and you put them on the opposite side. Yeah, it's easy enough to play with families as it is like the strategy level for gamers. But then once you have your 8 tiles making up your 4 on the top and 4 on the left, then you have this market of tiles based on the number of players that have food on it. There's 6 different types of food. The tiles vary from 1 food to 3 foods, and there'll be 3 of the same food or 3 different foods. So the tiles vary, and on your turn, and there are little caveats with number of players, but you're basically drafting a tile from the market and putting anywhere on, the Lost Seas is the European one, or at least it says Blue Orange, but Lost Seas is the same thing, just with a different skin. But you draft your tile and you put it anywhere in your 4x4 grid. And obviously it's either going to be a row, it's going to be in a row and a column, but your scoring is like, this row can have no corn and this column has to have 6 corn. So you're trying to figure out where this corn tile is going to go to trigger certain scoring, but not trigger other scoring, because if you put corn in a column that can't have corn, then you're not going to get the points from that thing. Some have to have like a certain amount of milk and a certain amount of eggs. So now you're trying to figure out where to put these 16 tiles in your grid to score the most points. And you've created your end game scoring in the beginning of the game. The game's super easy, very, very thinky. I think it's better with a lower player count just because people can get AP and thinking about the best placement for that tile based on their grid.
Sure.
But the game is super great.
I love it. I love it.
It's good.
Now you
And
made
it's
me
small
look up.
box, take around. It's very, very, very easy game to teach, and it's a very small game to fit in your to go bag. So,
well, and clearly you picked a good one because somebody in the chat knew about it and was like, "Yeah, it's family favorite." So that's great.
Which is not good because these are supposed to be under the radar. So if somebody already knew about it, then I failed.
You failed. You failed. Yeah, like so processing is rated 12,141. So my next one, I'm going to look it up because now we're talking about it. Came out in 2019.
When did processing come out?
Oh, good question. Where to go? Processing 2019. And my next game is going to also have come out in 2019. It was a good year for getting crushed by COVID, apparently.
Well, 2020, but yeah.
Yeah, 2020, 2019. Like, so my next one, I mentioned it before. It is a game from a designer that I like quite a bit. He designed a game called Chaosmos, which I think is really good. And actually met Joey Vigor at Gen Con because of Chaosmos, like way before I had a channel or anything. Just went up, saw he had a booth, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I love your game. I think it's great." And he was very kind. He had a tiny booth, gave me a promo card, blah blah blah. And then he had a Kickstarter, and I was like, "Oh, this is a game that I'm going to get my wife and like her sister and brother-in-law to play and stuff." And I was like, "This game sounds awesome. I'm very excited for it." I kickstarted this game. I've had it in my collection ever since. It's the version I love. You probably will have a hard time getting, but you can get it mass market now, which is crazy because it's been reskinned with a Stranger Things theme. My game is Growl. I got to remember.
Oh, Growl.
Yeah, God, I love Growl. Joey Vigor. Growl is super fun. I've even got like when I kickstarted it comes with like it was supposed to look more like a wolf. So you put this thing over and it's got teeth on the side of the box.
Yeah.
But my Kickstarter box, you know, like I got metal coins that are really nice for it. They're totally arbitrary. You don't need the metal coins, but they're pretty good. They're nice little coins that I keep in the game. But this game is like werewolf-like. I mean, it really, you either start as a human or a werewolf. And the crazy thing that this game does is that you draw the top card of the deck and then you have to give it to somebody. Like you can't give it to yourself. And it might be like a bite, which can turn people into werewolves. It could be a wound, which can kill people. It can be salves, which can cure wounds. It could be a charm, which can cancel out a werewolf bite only if you're not already a werewolf. So there's this huge dynamic in the game of trying to, if you're a werewolf, you want to get people to give you charms and bites because there's going to come a time during the game. There's 3 night phases, and during the night phase, because you're working your way through this deck, and so you're going to get to a card in the deck that's like night phase. So during the night phase, something unique is going to happen, and then you're going to take you're going to take 2 cards from your hand. You're going to pass one to the right and one to the left. And then you're going to get a card from the right and the left. And you have to take those cards without looking at them and mix them into your hand of cards and then look at your hand of cards. So you don't know which side gave you what. And you may not even know what got added if you're not paying close enough attention. And that's how you can turn people into werewolves. You can kill people. And you can only pass like a bite card if you're a werewolf. And this game was just from a group that used to play like a ton of werewolf, especially when by the time this game came out, it was such a nice alternative To werewolf, because it's not just like, oh, Mike's chair squeaked while our eyes were closed. He's definitely a werewolf. I vote to kill him. Like, no,
Right.
no, no, no. Like this is like that whole debate of like, no, 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 you can't give me a bite. I don't want a bite. Don't give me another bite. It's gonna turn me, this and that. But maybe you actually do want the bite, and they're like, oh no, screw you. I'm gonna give you the bite. Things like that. So then you have extra bite cards to pass around to your neighbors. The social aspect of this game is so much fun. Uh, I really enjoy it. And then you play a couple of rounds where you go through the whole deck a few times, and if the werewolves can turn everybody into werewolves, the werewolves win. But you gain coins. There are cards that you've got to ask for or hopefully get that are coins. So you gain coins equal to the number of coin cards you have, but only if you're on the winning team. So if there is one human left and everybody else is werewolves, only that human scores their coins,
Oh
and
shit.
none of the werewolves score their coins.
Hmm.
So Joey last year at Gen Con, right before Gen Con, got this game signed with Asmodee, and it is now the Stranger Things Attack of the Mind Flayer game. So if you want the version you can go to Target and buy, or Barnes and Noble, you go buy Stranger Things Attack of the Mind Flayer. That is Growl.
Huh.
It is just pretty much a reskin. I have both. Joey gave me a copy last year of the Attack of the Mind Flayer because he's like, "Oh, this is my new game." It's not a new game. It's just Growl. And I'm like, "Dude, I love Growl." He's like, "I know. That's why I told you." And
Oh, that's cool.
but yeah, he gave us. Yeah, he gave Joey. And again, Joey's made a handful of games. Small designer, love the dude, nice guy, out of LA, and yeah, he's made Chaosmos, which is a slightly more well-known game, and that one you're trying to find like this cosmic egg thing, but you're going to go to a different planet, and each planet's got its own envelope of cards, and so when you go there, you open up the envelope and you look at it, and it might have items that you're going to take out and take with you, but you could leave stuff in there, and so you've got to kind of bluff what you're taking and leaving, because if somebody knows that you have the winning item at the end of the game, they're all going to come after you and just try to kill you.
Mm, that's
You can
cool.
also lay booby traps in the envelope. So if like you open the envelope and the first card you draw is like a sentry gun, kind of card. Well, now you got to fight that thing before you can get anything else.
Yeah.
So it's a real like fun push and pull, cat and mouse kind of game.
That's
Reed, no
cool.
pun intended. We're going to talk about you in a minute. Uh, but yeah, Trevor, I love Growl. It's one of my all-time favorites. It's a great social deduction without just being like arbitrarily, I think you're the werewolf, I kill you. Growl, super fun. And if you're a Stranger Things fan, I would say that the Attack of the Mind Flayer is totally worth it. Go for it. But all right, Mike. Growl was my 4. What's your 4?
All right. So I did this one as my 5. And I said I was going to go backwards in years. So I'm going to go to 2018. Big jump. This one's a little bit, I don't know, get a better rating on BGG. It's a 7.7, which I think is great. It's 1066 on the list.
Oh, okay.
It's an IP game. It's fully cooperative. It's punishing. It's got unbelievable bits component wise, and it's based on Brandon Sanderson's novels. It's called The Reckoners. So it had a Kickstarter, and then it did a second Kickstarter with the expansion. And I know in the QSCon group, I know there's a couple people that have played it, and I know I've played it with people because I like the game, but I didn't really, or I don't really see it talked about much on co-op stuff, on gameplay. The way the game, the IP, the lore of it is that you are just a regular human. and all of the people that have abilities are enhanced are evil. They're all doing bad stuff, and in order to fight them or beat them, you need to study them, and you got to figure out what will affect them in order to take them out. Um, the Reckoners is amazing. The components are great, but the way, so that's cool, right? Like, okay, cool. All the enhanced humans are bad. We're trying to research them, and everybody has a research track in order to hit them. And you can do, there you go. You can do more damage to them. But so the way that the gameplay is, you have these dice, and it's asymmetric. You have character abilities. You come with cards. You can equip cards. You have equipment cards that you can get. But when you roll your dice, and you can roll your dice 3 times, but it's not like Yahtzee style where like you can keep shit and then roll and then bring stuff back. When you roll, you have to keep at least one thing in that first roll, and you can keep more. You have to keep at least one, and then you roll again. You have to keep at least something else. And then when you roll a third time, you're keeping whatever you get. And then you use what you've rolled in order to trigger stuff, right? To do the research, to give yourself coins, to help your hideout, whatever it is. But the way that mechanism works with the roll, do I keep it? The communication with the co-ops, the way the barricades are going and Steelheart's moving around. Not only are the components just bonkers good, whether you have the retail edition with the acrylic or the Kickstarter edition with the metal, the colors are great. They're vibrant. The game trays, the way the game scales for complexity, and it's just, I don't know anything about the IP. I haven't read any of the novels, but the way the game, you don't need to know any of that shit. The game is great the way it works.
I have friends that love this game. I traded for this game. I got it like 3 months ago, and I haven't played it yet because I have friends that love this game. I love the concept of the IP.
Yeah.
I love the concept of like, I mean, it's like The Boys, right? Like Superman is the worst person on the human, like the worst person on earth. So we've got to take him down. I'm here for it.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
You got to beat everybody before basically the citizen track hits 0. Like everyone's dead. The components are great. The gameplay,
right.
It can take a little bit of a learning curve if you're trying to learn it from the rule book, because it's not, to go along with last week's episode for you guys, it's not the best rule book. There were some things that, like, it didn't seem like it worked in order to be like, all right, I need to find out an answer for this. It's not in the section you think it was in. But if somebody's teaching you the game the way things go and knows how the barricades work and how movement works and how the order of operations works with the game sings. It's really good.
Sure. I'm dying to play it. Dying to play it. I've got buddies that love this game. So I am very much here for it. So when you started talking about it, I was like, oh, I know what this is. Because when you said Brandon Sanderson, it's like it could be one of like 3 games. And then you started talking about
Files.
Yeah. You started talking about Steelheart and stuff, and I was like, oh, I know what it is.
Yeah.
All right, Reed. Joel, thanks for being here, man. We'll catch you later. Reed. I hope you're here, because my next game, my number 3, that's right, number 3. My number 3 is from 2023. It is my newest game, but I think people need to know about this game from 10 Robot Games because it was super fun. It was a hit with my family. It was a hit at Origins with my group, and that is Catnip Auction House. So before I even knew Reed was going to be in the chat, hanging out with us, Reed, my friend Reed Mascola, who also made Vigilante, which is an awesome game that I love. Reed made this game called Catnip Auction House, and I love Catnip Auction House because of its accessibility. You're all playing as cats, and you are bidding catnip on different things, like maybe it's a bejeweled kitty litter, or a roll of toilet paper, or just different things that cats like. But the way you can bid, and the way, like, because here's the thing, Mike, is like, so there's this bowl in the middle, and everybody has these catnip cubes, and there's a gold food bowl, and so if you win the item, it gives you like a special ability also in addition to points. But there's this bowl in the middle. So if you bid, you throw your catnip, which is just one of these cubes, you throw it in the bowl. I bid one, right? And then you're like, yeah, I'm in for that. I bid one too. And so everybody also has like a special item that they're obsessed with, right? Like their specific cat it is got a thing that they want. And like, let's just say, and I'm totally not pandering to the people that are here, but let's just say Mubaka, the cat, his preferred item is a laser pointer. So you really want to win the laser pointer because that's going to give you extra points. But you just bid one, you throw one of your little catnip cubes in this bowl and you go around. And then when you decide you're out, guess what? You take all of the cubes out of the bowl and you have that to bid in future rounds. So there's this really fun, like push and pull of like, well, how long do I stay in the bidding? Like if I hang out, like I better just take it now because I know Mike's not going to bid. He's going to take everything out of there. So I'm just going to take it now too. And I just really enjoyed sort of that interaction and that aspect of the bidding game, because it's so easy to just have a bidding game where it's like, well, I've got the most, so I'm going to outbid everybody all the time. But this way, when you go out of the bidding, can set you up for future rounds. It was a really fun little take on that. I really appreciated that and thought it was super fun. So it is a game, like when we were playing at Origins, I was like telling everybody that I knew that even like cats. I'm like, you got to check this game out. It's really good. Super fun. Very light, breezy. I mean, it's done in like 30 minutes. So it doesn't overstay its welcome.
So you said when you're out of the bidding, you take all the catnip that was in the bowl, but what if we're playing 3 players and I go out? How does that work? What do I get if I go out if there's 2 players still in the bidding?
So let's say I bid, you bid, Dan bids, right? Then I bid, you go out, you take all the catnip out of the bowl. So now Mike or Dan or whoever's next if he bids nothing and goes out, he gets nothing because there's no catnip in the bowl. But there is
if he were to bid 1 and then you drop out, you take the 1 and he gets the thing.
And he would get the thing.
Okay.
And there is a reward if you were like the second place bidder on a thing. Like you do get a reward for being at least in second. Like you get points for that. Okay. So, but just a really fun, light, like inventive way to do a bidding game where it doesn't, I don't know. I feel like everybody feels like they're in it and they're doing stuff, like all the time. Even if they go really hot and heavy and then the very next round, they've got to like bow out their first time. And it's kind of like, you spent all your catnip, on the last round. So you're out early this round, whatever. But I mean, that's also kind of like the get good rule, like play right, play better. And also the game's done in like 30 minutes. So it doesn't really matter that much because it's so fast. It's like, who cares?
That's cool. Is it a closed economy? Like whatever the kitty litter is that you're bidding, it's closed. So it fluctuates between players, but no more is added in. That's neat.
Yeah, correct.
That's cool.
Correct.
That's good. That sounds good.
Yeah, it's super fun. Reed did a really good job. I enjoy it quite a bit. David, I don't know what your last comment was, but I don't think you were too snarky. You're probably fine, dude. It didn't bother me, whatever it was. It didn't even stick out. So,
cool. Thanks. All right, so catnip is on my radar now. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
2 games you got me on, man. 2 games I haven't heard of.
Oh, sweet. Just wait. Well, I don't know if my last 2 will get you, but
we'll see. Heaven and Ale.
Steven says Heaven and Ale, but I feel like everybody knows about Heaven and Ale. Maybe not. But Mike, you go into yours. I'm going to be listening. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah. Number 3. Yeah. All right. Well, the next 2 on my list are both from 2014. So I don't know which one to pick. I'll go with the lower rated one. Actually, I might switch. I might do. Oh no, I'll do that. So the next one is 2014. It's rated a 6.9. Make your jokes. It's 1242 on the BGG list, which isn't horrible, right? Being the top 2000, top 3000, wherever you put your this is an important list. I played the hell out of this when it first came out, very early, and when I got into board gaming. But I would try and find as many copies of this as possible and try and give them out, because it had replayability through the roof. There are 7 boards on the table, and each one of them was double-sided, so you can give yourself a little bit more strategy, a little more variation in the gameplay as you played and got better. The game's called Medieval Academy. So it's a drafting game where you have your cards. Your cards have numbers on them. You're going to take a card, and whatever you don't play, you're passing. You have 5 cards. You're playing 4 of them. But what you're playing is directly affecting certain boards in the joust, in the chivalry, in the charity, whatever board you're going for. And each one of the boards has one of your tokens on it, and you're going around the board in different ways, scoring at different times. Some boards score every round. Some boards score only in round 3 and 6. Some boards refresh at certain rounds. So you start going around, and then you hit round 3, and it's all going to go back to 0. So you get your points out of it, maybe abandon it and go somewhere else. But the game teaches your drafting. It teaches a lot of things. Not that it's a gateway teachable kind of game, but the way that the game plays is very approachable. It's very it's easy to get your head around for new gamers and strategy gamers, because of the way it's got the stuff going on. It's got what unfortunately a lot of drafting games suffer from is whenever you're drafting, you're always passing to the left. And this one, every other round, you're passing left, then you're passing right. So the person to your right is just abusing you the whole time. Like, that changes, which was the first time I saw that happening. But so the other thing that I noticed when I was looking these up, because I do love that game and I think it should be played more, is it's getting a new version in 2023. I don't know when. The game plays 2 to 5. The new one is saying it's 1 to 5. Same designer, but it's got a different art style. The board looks completely different. There's the tracks on the board rather than it being the 7 individual boards that I think benefit from, okay, why don't we play this game with the 2 joust boards being the opposite side to make it a little bit harder. But the game, I love the art. I loved the way the game played. And I didn't see it talked about a lot when I was playing it. And I maybe now with the new edition, it might pique somebody's interest to see what the hell's going on. I don't know what the new one's going to offer. I think it's worth looking at the other one. I think it still stands up to modern day board games with what it does, with the drafting, with the gameplay, with the strategy. I don't know who picked it up. I think it's Blue Cocker. If I remember correctly, it was yellow first, and then I think Blue Cocker's got the new one, or it's Blue Cocker and yellow. I don't remember. But it is the same designer, which is cool.
I think yellow had the original version.
That's the one I have.
I remember seeing that game, but never played it. It's funny because it was one of the, way before I did a channel, I was the member on the board of, like, there's a pool in my neighborhood, right? It's like a neighborhood pool. I was a board member of that. And I was trying to come up with ways to, like, do fundraising. So one of the things I did was I had, like, a board game day in, like, the clubhouse of the pool, and I had people donate games for, like, raffles and stuff like that. All the money went to the pool, like help buy a new pool heater, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And Medieval Academy was one of the games, and I was so disappointed that I couldn't just take it and play it because I wanted to play it. I thought it looked really good. So it's fun to hear that it was good. And let me apologize to Steven. He said not Heaven and Ale, but Riverboat came out the same time as Heaven and Ale and got overlooked. So I've never heard of Riverboat.
Riverboat. A friend of mine loves Riverboat.
Okay.
That's a good one. Check it out.
So there we go. Yeah, looks like Wayne's back in your play there. Looks like Blue Cocker has it now. Cats is Knights. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I just talked about Catnip Auction House, so I'm not going to hate on the cat theme. I got cats.
Yeah. Well, so that's unfortunate because one of my favorite games, and I think I talked about this on the Full 42 when we talked about underrated or not talked about or games that should be played more, is a game called Safranito. And I love the clay chips. I love how the clay chips have a hole in the center, and that's how you determine if the chip is in the thing you want it to be in or not. And the way that it's set collection, right? You're trying to get ingredients to make a dish. And I think it was Zoc that did it. They redid it. It's now called Hibachi, and it's just cats. Like it's a cat chef, and the cats are doing the thing. And from what I know, it's the same game, just with different art, or it's a different theme. I don't know why people need to change it to cats doing things. Not Sam. Totally different game, Evan.
No, I mean, like, listen, I like animals, but it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't always have to be that.
Yeah.
When the animal theme works or makes sense, great. Like Boop, right? Boop makes sense. It was really fun to talk to Kurt Covert about, and I don't know, maybe Scott talked about it too. Scott Brady, the designer of Boop. We had both of them, humble brag, in the booth and did interviews with them. But I didn't do the Scott Brady interview, but I did do the Kurt Covert interview. And so Kurt, from a publisher standpoint, told me the story about how when he first saw Boop, it was like this abstract strategy game, blah, blah, blah. And he turned it down the first time. But then when Scott brought it back, he's like, but what about this theme? And it had the cat thing on it, right? But it worked, and he had the art for it and everything. And it was, I mean, and it made total sense, and it made it much more viable, to sell and everything. But right, I mean, that's a thing. That is a real thing.
Yeah, for sure.
You could play Boop with like checker pieces. Would it be near as good? Probably not. But you add a theme to it, and take it out of that abstract realm, and you're like, oh, okay, like this is really cute. And then also, if it was an abstract strategy game, I'd never get my wife to play it in a million years.
Sure.
Guess what, though? She's going to play Boop.
Yeah.
Like, she'll play Boop because it's cute,
For sure.
But then all of a sudden she's playing this very complex, lots of thinky, decisions to be made, game. So it doesn't always have to be cats, but sometimes it's amazing. Yeah, Evan, sometimes it can be bunnies.
Sure. Yeah, and throwing the animals on it, like that makes sense, right? They're easy to get your head around. Everyone loves animals. Most people like animals. Yeah, I'm as long as it works. I'm just like what Wayne was saying about it's not a smaller card game. Like the variable boards thing is a problem for me because I love the way because there were 7 boards. All of them. I don't think any of them were the same on both sides. I think all of them could be like flipped over to just make it more challenging, right? Or just different. Like we played the game a couple times, and jousting works this way, and jousting is 2 boards. And then this game, we're just going to play it with jousting on the other side, or chivalry on this side, or charity on this. And it changed it up so like it just wasn't samey. And then having 7 boards to manipulate, it gave it more replay. Yeah. Not only with the cards, not only with the drafting and your choices of how you play your cards, but like the boards themselves were different, and that made a difference for me. So hopefully they found a way. It's the same designer, so I'm not too worried, but hopefully they find a way to bring that replayability in, especially if it's just 1 board.
Yeah. It's always interesting. Like there's that fun, like hold your breath with the reprint, especially if
Yeah.
it's a retheme, you know,
Yeah.
because it's like, well, how is it going to be as good? Is it, you know, how much are they changing? Like, have you played Battlestar Galactica? Do you like
Yep.
Battlestar?
Yep.
Have you played Unfathomable?
I have not yet.
So it's good. It's a different theme. It's basically Battlestar. It's a little more streamlined, you know, a little easier to play. Um, I will always own my copy of Battlestar Galactica. I'll never get rid of it.
Yeah.
But if I'm teaching newer gamers and they don't care about the IP, I'm going to teach them Unfathomable because I can put it on the table and they're going to play it because most people are aware of the Cthulhu theme or
Sure.
the horror theme. The generic horror theme of that is a little more accessible than like this very specific sci-fi, you know,
Right.
IP from
Right.
20 years ago.
Sure. Sure.
Doesn't make one better than the other or superior or whatever. Sometimes it's like, what can I put down in front of you and get played?
Sure.
But also sometimes you're like, man, I really love this game. I hope they don't wreck it. You know.
Oh, it's like purist Arkham Second Edition, right? That I love, and people saying Eldritch is better. Like it just depends on the person playing the game and
sure,
how it's taught, and the people that are teaching it differently. Like I remember Richard and I were working on the Batman game, and someone came over and was talking about Arkham and how I played it once, but it just took too long to play. Like I can't, I don't have 5 hours to spend. And he basically just laughed at them and was like, if you're playing Arkham for 5 hours, you're playing it wrong. Like go back, find someone who knows what they're doing.
Agreed.
Literally laughed at them when they said that the game took too long. It's whatever. Like it's 2 hours. When you're done with Unfathomable and you want to look for the quote successor to Battlestar Galactica, you should look into Stuff of Legend.
Dude, you're not wrong.
That's a quote.
Wrong. They're not wrong. It's a legit good game. And I very specifically, unlike other times you've been on the show, I very specifically left off Third World Studio games off of my list because I will never shut up about Mission Control until everybody plays that. And I will never shut up about Stuff of Legend until more people play it because I think that you guys have like two amazing titles, you know, in your roster right there. And then Charcuterie is going to come out. It's completely different. Not that Mission Control and Stuff of Legend have anything to do with each other because they don't. And then Charcuterie is going to come out. You guys are going to have a whole different style of game. You wouldn't even know that it's the same company. I mean, sometimes you can always go like, well, this is probably a Fantasy Flight game, or oh, this is probably a CMON game. But the three games that I can just name off the top of my head, right, in your roster, locked and loaded, just completely different. The style, the art design, the play, all completely different, all awesome.
Well, we want them to be different, right? Like games should offer a wide variety of things, so more people can be playing them, right? If you're just doing co-ops, or you're just doing real time, or you're just doing drafting, or you're just doing dice, like okay, so like having the flexibility makes a difference.
Yeah, but some companies want to stay on brand. Like this is our brand. This is what we do.
Sure. Yep.
I say that because I work in retail for a company, not board game related at all. But you know, the interesting thing about you guys though is, and you said it earlier though, when you get pitches for games and you're like, well, this is not a Third World Studios game. That doesn't mean that it's not a space game or a hidden trader co-op game or a I pick you choose game.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know how to describe Charcuterie other than that.
Yeah. That's what you choose.
But like, it's just sometimes, you guys got a vibe, you got a thing going on.
Sure.
And, but yeah, anyways, but I really honestly could have, and I didn't want to seem that pandering. again, you come on and I just put on stuff that you've done or
No.
you're involved in.
Oh, keep it off.
And,
keep it off.
And Donnie and Donnie and Corey, they know I love them and will not shut up about mission control anyway. So I don't feel like I got to put it on there to remind them of what a big fan I am. But okay, so my number 2 is the game that I just learned about at Gen Con this year. And
a lot of new stuff.
But it's this game. Hold on, let me look it up. Let me look it up on BGG real quick. Oh, damn, I have BGG up. This game is actually a couple of years old, but I learned about it this year. And I really, for me, there is something to be said for, I will sit down and I will play Twilight Imperium. I will play Arkham Horror, not for 5 hours, but maybe for 2. Because usually in 2 hours, we're either dead or we're winning. You know, I played a game of Arkham Horror last year. We were done in an hour and a half. I mean, we kicked ass.
Nice.
But we all were very experienced. We knew what we were doing. And there were some close calls, don't get me wrong. But it was sort of like a shoot the moon kind of thing where it's like, okay, it's kind of going to be all or nothing. It's going to work out or it won't. But we were also all Arkham Horror fans and we were playing 2nd edition. So I'm totally down for longer games. I love playing Twilight Imperium. You know, that can be a game that can take hours and hours.
11 and a half.
As long as the experience is good, though, and I'm having a good time. But this game I'm going to talk about, I mean, it literally took like 10 minutes. Played it on camera with the designer. It is a 2-player game, and it is. Have you ever? This isn't like a totally fair comparison, but if you played like Shards of Infinity or any of those games, they play pretty quick. So it's like a little deck builder. So Brian McCain from Solus Game Studios comes over. I asked them to come to the booth because they've got a game coming out called Space Lion, which is supposed to be similar to Marvel Snap, which is an app that I spend way too much time on. But it's sort of like a lane battler, a lane control kind of game. I don't like to compare it to Smash Up because I don't love Smash Up. But this is sort of like you've got 3 lanes, you control. So anyway, Space Lion, I was very excited about that. I was like, hey guys, I would love to have you over to talk about Space Lion. Let's do some stuff. And they're like, yeah, we'll do that. Have you guys heard of our other game, Pocket Paragons? And I'm like, no, what's that? And so Brian McKay, the designer of Pocket Paragons, came over and I did an interview with him. And this game is like asymmetric player power. So you have a deck of cards. It's like 10 cards. I forget exactly how many cards. But you have just basically a hand of cards. And it is like attack and block and maybe a special ability. And it's almost sort of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. So you've got X amount of health you start with, and you can build up your like power level sort of like you can in Shards of Infinity. So if you build up your power level high enough, you get this like superpower card you get to put in your hand. But basically, you're going to choose a card. I'm going to choose a card. We're going to play it at the same time. We're going to resolve it. And then I'm going to choose a card. You're going to choose a card. We're going to play it at the same time. We're going to resolve it. And you just kind of go back and forth until somebody's out. And it's just a badass, very fast game that came out in 2020. So again, came out COVID year, right? We played this game. I think the core box comes with like 8 different characters. So like they all play differently. It's all like kind of like a generic fantasy IP. And then they've got like a bunch of different expansions. Like they've got an Image Comics like expansion that's got like some Image Comics characters. I'm not even going to do it justice by trying to talk about the other ones. But like I played this game with this guy and I'm like, sometimes you just play a game and like in the first 2 minutes, you're like, yeah, I really like this. Right. And like, I was just playing this with this guy. We're just going back and forth. We're throwing cards. This first time I met him, we're talking trash. We're throwing cards. and just having a good time. I'm like, this game is damn good, like super fun. And again, like if you played a character and you're like, oh, I didn't like that character, there's different one in the box. Pulling out, play again, try again, 10 minutes, whatever. Like I'm just a big fan of those kind of games sometimes where it's like I'm just in and out, like boom, let's have a good time. We're waiting for other people to show up. Like let's do this. You know, there will always be a place in my collection for games like that. And just so fast. And it's almost more like if I'm playing you, Mike, I'm playing you. I'm not playing your deck. I'm playing you.
Right.
Like when are you gonna throw this card? Right? When are you gonna attack? And that's when I need to block. Because if I block when you're healing, well, that was a waste. I could have attacked, you know what I mean, or something like that. And I just love those kind of games. The timing, you know, there's almost that poker aspect of it. Reading the other player and just again the trash talking involved with those kind of games, and it's done in 10 minutes. Who gives a shit? You know, you got your butt kicked, just play again,
do it again,
grab a different character, do something else. Who cares? Pocket Paragons, I just learned about it at Origin or at Gen Con. It's 3 years old. I was like, I had a great time with this game, genuinely loved it. Super fun. That's my number 2.
It's another one I hadn't heard of.
Evan, I'm definitely going to play your baseball game because I love baseball. And baseball highlights, whatever futuristic number that is, I love that game. Super fun.
That's cool. Yeah, I like Trevor's list. I agree with Hope.
Yeah,
Garbage Day is another one.
Wait, hold on.
Garbage Day is cool. I like the way. I mean, it was very, kitschy, right? With the garbage can that you're actually using the box as the game piece. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was cool.
Did you ever? I associate Garbage Day with Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. You ever seen that movie?
No.
Don't do yourself a favor and don't ever watch it. It's terrible. But there's a line where the axe murderer kills a guy and stuffs him in a trash can. It's like, it's Garbage Day. That's all I can think of when I hear Garbage
Day.
in
your head. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Garbage movie. Don't ever watch it. But play the game. It's good. Yeah, good baseball highlights 2045. Why won't it highlight that one? Yeah. I love that game, but I'm a baseball fan. And yes, Bob, it does sound like For the Crown, but For the Crown is different enough. And then, so Evan played Mr. Millman. Mike, if you haven't seen, I forget his first name, but the former baseball highlights champion from Gen Con went around, it was a thing for like 2 years where he was taking pictures of himself with the baseball highlights trophy and other people. And everybody else in the picture looks really like miserable or bored. And he's always like, oh, I got to regale these people with my tale of my baseball highlights 2045 championship. It was an amazing running gag for ages. And then he finally lost the trophy. I believe he lost this or Gen Con David Berkey from from Game Toppers won the thing. So
I saw those. I didn't know. I gained that information by looking at all the pictures he would post and everyone being miserable about him being there. So I figured there was something going on. I didn't know what the backstory was.
Yeah, that's So Philip Millman, I wanted to find him at Gen Con so bad because I loved his ongoing shtick for like 2 years regarding that game. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
And then Evan, the comments are jumping around on me. Men at Work, Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen.
Yep.
Remember that movie? Child of the 80s. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, that's cool. So he didn't compete in it. He just
ran the tourney. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. I want to meet that guy and just buy him a beer or a beverage of his choice and just go, hey man, thank you for like 2 years of enjoyment of just
Yeah,
watching you do your thing. I loved it.
that's fun. All right. I gotta give you my number 2, huh?
Number 2 that you didn't write down because we just made this list up off the
Yeah,
fly.
I'm just coming up with games out of the top of my head, giving you rank
Right.
and ratings and years they came out just right out of the top of my head. All right. I said I was gonna go in years, but I'm gonna audible. I'm gonna give you my oldest one before I give you the next one, because I think that one's gonna hit a little bit harder. So
Okay.
this one, my number 2 will be from 2013. It's the oldest one on my list. It's got a 6.5 rating, which I think is criminal. I think it's better than that. Well, I don't know. It depends because ratings are different now, right? Like 7 is really good, so like 6.5 is still good. So I'll walk that one back. I think it's
Yeah, but
accurate.
some people go, oh, 7s are terrible ratings. Some people think that. Like if we give a game a 7 and they're like, oh, why'd you hate it? And it's like, that's still a positive game, like ranking for a game. But whatever.
Yeah, look at what a 7 is. When you go to, I mean, this is also BGG ranking, so take it for what it's worth, right? There's people out there that whatever. I won't stand on that soapbox again. But if you look at what a 7 is when you go to give it a 7, it's like you'd play it any time. Like it's a good game. Like you wouldn't shy away from playing it. I forget what the actual thing is for a 7, but it's like, yeah, 7's good. So it's got a 6.5. It's got a follow-up game that came out 2 years later that's at a 6.7. So I guess you can say it's a little bit better. But this game is ranked 2076. That game is ranked 2537. So it's ranked later, worse, but it's got a better rating, which is weird. But it's got resource management. It's got a certain amount of actions you can do on your turn. It's got that really nice, like you can only do 3 actions on your turn, but if you want to do a 4th, you got to pay for it. And so now your money becomes more of a resource because you can do it. It benefits you in other ways as well. It's very Splendor-ish, and I think
like
it's got but it's got a little bit more to offer than Splendor. I think I would prefer playing this one over Splendor, like base Splendor, not Marvel Splendor, not with any of the expansions. I'm talking base. It's called the Builders Middle Ages.
I feel like I've heard of this, but I have not played it.
I hate the box choice. It's in a tin, a small square tin. It's got 2 different types of cards. It's got your regular standard cards, and then it's got square cards. But on your turn, you have a certain amount of actions you can do. There are 4 actions you can choose from, and you can only do 3 of them, and you can do them. I do the same ones multiple times. You're recruiting workers, or you're getting plans for buildings, and then your workers have a chart on them, like a notch chart of like what they bring to the building. They become your resource, what resources they bring. Oh, there you go. It's on BGA. I didn't know that.
Okay.
I like the antiquity. So the other one is the Builders Antiquities, and that's Greek mythology. So if you like the Greek, the idea of being in a Greek setting rather than this Middle Ages setting, then you have the choice. But each worker, each apprentice, each whatever you're hiring, they have these meters on one side of the card, and it's like, I don't know, skill level, if you want to think of it that way. So they'll have like 1 of 5 or 1 of 4 notches colored in, and every building or tool you want to build needs a certain amount of those things to be present in order to complete it. You have your workers, you send your workers to the thing to get the thing done, and you got to pay them, but your workers are never gone. So they come back to your workforce, and then you got to pay them again to bring over. It's got a really cool resource management system in the game. It's very easy to bring out and teach. It's very compact, so you can bring it out, bring it places, and bring it out pretty easily. But I love what it does. It gives me the Splendor feel with the permanent abilities and the way that you're trying to level up, and you're getting your workforce to do the things better so you can get things faster. But it just gives a little bit more to it than Splendor does. So if you don't know about the Builders, Either one of them, go look them up. I think they're worth pursuing.
That's very cool, and I agree with you. The box doesn't look great, but that game sounds really fun. Like I feel like I've walked by that box before and not given it maybe the look it deserves. So thanks for making me feel guilty about that.
It's really cool art, but it's definitely forgettable, and it's small. But you can take it out of the box and put it in your cooler or put it in a Ziploc and take it on vacation. Oh, there you go. And Antiquities is on BGA too. That's cool. That's cool. They're equally fine. They're both fine. They're both the same. They both run the same way. I don't know if Antiquities added anything other than the different setting or the different art. But yeah, they're for me for 2013. I think it still holds up to what's being played now, what's being made now. So look them up.
And that's something to be said, right? I mean, because there's so many games now, and there's so many great games that were great 10 years ago that are now like, well, there's this, but it's better. You could play X or Y and it's better now. So
yeah,
that's not nothing. And I also think, like, I will say personally, when I was, oh God, it was a long time ago, getting into the hobby and going, oh, this small box game. I don't want this small box game. That's tiny. I need the biggest freaking box I can find that's got the most stuff in it. And very quickly I learned that does not make the best game. Don't get me wrong, there's some games I have that are amazing and they're super physically, like their weight physically is heavy. But there's some junk that I have gotten, just because I thought, oh, big box equals great game. No,
look at Marvel Remix. Look at Marvel Remix. Look at
dude, that could have been on my list tonight.
Seriously, like that. It's it, right? Fantasy Realms, like just right, like deck of cards. You're good to go. Even with the expansion, like it doesn't take up much room. Look at God, there's so many you can go with the small box. Citadels, right? Another great one. Tucano is a more recent, but still a small box game that packs a wallop with strategy and stuff. It's not. I used to hate small Port Royal or Port Royale, whatever. Just a deck of cards, right? But you use in the back for coins, in the front for whatever. Like it's just card games where I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. It's a card game. They take too long. I don't want to learn them. They just seem too convoluted for me. I wanted the meeples. I wanted the board. I wanted the bits. And some card games now are just, I bring them anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No. And again, like, definitely do not take for granted, or assume too much based on just box size. Like, oh, tiny box, that game must suck. Like, no. There's some amazing games. Some of my favorite games are not in the boxes that you would think.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Trevor, I played so much Star Realms. Holy shit. I played so much Star Realms. Literally wore out my first copy of Star Realms and then bought another one. And now I just play it.
That Regicide that Trevor's saying, that's such a good example of it's literally a deck of cards, right? And you take the face cards, the King, Queen, and Jack, and those are the ones you're trying to beat. And all you're doing is you're taking your 4 suits and you're giving them powers. Spades do something, diamonds do something, hearts do something. Such a smart game, and it's literally a deck of cards. And they have the app that you can do. So like you have your deck of cards and you have the app running, and you're just telling the app what you're doing, and it does all the math and everything for you.
Dang. I've never even heard of Regicide. I'll have to look that up.
Oh, literally, it's a deck of cards, and you're going up against the King, the Queen, and the Jack. You take each one of those, you shuffle them up, you put the Jacks on the Queens, on the Kings, so you're starting with the Jacks. Whatever suit it is, the ability for that suit is invalid towards that character. So if you're going up against the Jack of Spades, your spade ability doesn't work on the Jack of Spades, right? You can do your hearts, your diamonds, your clubs, but spades inactive. And then you're trying to do a certain amount of damage to kill it. If you don't, it does damage to you, and the damage dealt to you, you discard from your hand. an equal amount. So if it's doing 10 damage to you, you have to discard 10 points of card from your hand. You can do an 8 and a 2. You can do a 5 and a 5. You can overpay, but you have to get rid of them from your hand. Really, really smart. Just giving 4 suits an ability, and you're playing with a deck of cards. Like, that is the epitome of prototyping, right? Like, you have a standard deck of cards. What do we do? Well, what if the face cards are bad guys? We're trying to kill them. Okay, that's good. How do we do it? All right, what if the hearts do something and the diamonds do great? Like, that's just a great, really, really cool.
Yeah.
There's 2 different, you'll look at, I think they're reprinting it. You might find 2 different versions. There's a red and a blue. They're both the same. Just literally the color is different. They're both the same deck. So.
Right on. I'll have to check that out. That sounds great. I love those kind of games.
Good one.
There's just something amazing in the simplicity, of something like that.
Yep.
And I don't even mean that as in like a derogatory thing, because it can be taken that way. But like, it's like sometimes something is so like, how did we not think of this? Like, kind of thing. Yeah. It's like, how did somebody not come up with this before now? Yeah. You know what I mean? And make it what it is.
I just said that about Sky Team. I was at Tabletop Day on Saturday.
Sky Team, super good.
And someone had come over to me and asked whatever, and I was like, this game, I hate that I didn't design this game. I hate that I didn't think of this game. It's so clever. It's so well done. It's really, really good.
It's funny because
Regicide's the same thing. Regicide's right up there with, like, how did you not think of spades? Hearts are replenishing your health, and diamonds are doing what? Like, it all makes sense when you think about it. Like, great, that's a great idea.
It's hilarious. Yeah, Mike came over with Sky Team the other day, and I really just, because he loves it so much, I really wanted to be able to, like, this game sucks. But it doesn't. It's so good. It's so good. I couldn't even really find anything to, like, the only thing I could do to bag on the game is I'm like, how does the co-pilot and the pilot not talk? Like, How does that, like, thematically, that makes no sense. Otherwise, the game is great. So you nitpick that one tiny little bit of theme. And again, it's a total nitpick because guess what? You're still having a great ass time playing that game.
Yeah. I don't even mind the not talking with the pilot co-pilot thing. Like, fine, you're focused, you're doing your thing, you're trying to do the math, you're trying to figure out the altitude, you're trying to figure out your access. My nitpick with the game, which is really nitpicky, is the fucking components are so tiny. Those little cardboard bits, like, they work in the slot because you're moving the lever right and left. Okay, fine. And those little wooden bits that go in your track, they're just so tiny.
Mm-hmm.
That was it, though.
Yeah,
that's the thing I have to pick on with that game. Like, really. Game's great.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's a great game. It's a great game. Scorpion Mask or Hachette or whoever it is, they're crushing. They're just crushing it right now. Yeah, Scott, just so you know, Mike and I talked for like 2 hours before we even started 2.5 hours before we even started.
Yep.
Our top 5. All right, so I'm going to get to my number 1.
If you go back and watch, we almost didn't do it just out of spite. Because we had gone so long with all the other things that we were talking about that we were just going to abandon.
Oh my God. I know. It kind of makes me feel like, just to be fair to everybody else, if Mike and I are going to do a show together, Mike and I probably should just, like, schedule a phone call 3 days ahead of time so we could just talk about all the shit we want to talk about ahead of time. So then we could just focus on the topic. Because here's the thing is, like, Mike and I will message back and forth all the time, off and on throughout the week, right? I mean, all the time. But then you get us, like, in front of each other just talking, and it gets out of control. So
we were 6 minutes late because we were talking before the talking.
we were. Yeah. And I don't care. I love it. Like, whenever you're down for the show, like, I'm always like, well, that's a home run. Like, that's the easiest night I'm going to have of the week, because guess what? Like, I just can hang out. Like, that's all we're doing, hanging out.
Yeah. Yep. I feel the same way.
All right. So my number 1, man. Oh, Scott just finished another couple of chapters of Kinfire. I'd love to play the Kinfire Chronicles. That looks awesome. So my number 1 is technically from the year 2000, to quote my one of Conan O'Brien, from the year 2000. But the version I have is a reprint, and it is the version that I was introduced to. So some people might know this game as Dream Factory or Hollywood Blockbuster. Evan's got my back. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The old Conan the Bride.
Conan
Again,
one.
Evan, you're the worst. Quit getting all of my jokes, dude, and my references. God, why are you so cool?
He's pandering. He's pandering.
I know. I hate him. He's so talented. It's the worst. But anyways, this game is designed by my least famous designer on my list, Reiner Knizia. You guys might have heard of him.
Up and comer.
Yeah, up and comer. You know, he's got a game or two, about a game or two. But this game has also been called Silver Screen. It's been reprinted a bunch of times, but the version that I have and play and love is from Trick or Treat Studios, and it is called Nightmare Productions. And in Nightmare Productions, we are bidding to make horror movies. And anybody that knows me knows that I not only love movies, but I do love me some horror movies. So in Nightmare Productions, you have like these film strips, and the film strip gives you like the title of the movie. And then you are going to, as you go through the game, he's going to be big.
He is.
Someday. You're right. I think you're right there, Evan.
Yeah. He's got potential.
But as you go through the game, you're bidding on like trying to get like what kind of monster you're going to have in your horror movie. Where is it going to take place? What do they use to, kill people? Things like that. And, like do you have a good script? Do you have a good, location and things like that for your movie? And so not only do you get rewarded, so like the things you're bidding on, they're going to add stars to your film strip. And then, so the more stars you have, the better your movie is. But then there's also awards for having like the worst movie. So you've got like the Razzie, kind of things too. So there's fun ways to sort of play through this game. It's a really fun bidding game. I mean, it's Reiner Knizia and bidding. What? He's never done one of those before. But anyways, it was, back in 2000, it was a game about making Silver Age movies. Making movies in the 40s and 50s. And so, but now it's horror movie themed. It's the same game, but super fun. I really enjoy it. I like the theme because, again, I like horror movies. Just a big fan of it. Just lots of fun things you can do. Auction and bidding, closed economy. I mean, just tight. I just realized that's like 2 bidding games on my list tonight.
Yeah. All right. What was that one? Nightmare Productions?
Nightmare Productions. Yep.
God, I hate you.
I know, right? That's the worst thing.
I know. The processing, all your games are like, I need to look them up now.
Oh, I'm just really glad I already traded for the Reckoners this year. I was really trying to get a deluxe edition, and I'm like, screw it. I'm not even holding out for the deluxe edition. I just want this game so badly.
Yeah, you don't even need it. Like I'll tell you, I do like the metal bits. I like the feel of them, right? The tactile nature of them. But the acrylic in the retail edition is just as good.
Oh,
like the colors are vibrant, they work perfectly. It's great the way it is.
Well, and it still has like these game trays.
Yeah.
In there and everything that like work really. I don't know that it is game trays exactly. Oh, it is game trays. Cool.
It is. Yep. Does it have the metal coins and the plastic barriers?
Let me see.
I know there were a couple differences with the retail and the regular and the deluxe. The deluxe had the metal, but really the acrylic pieces were like the cylinders and the squares and everything you're using. The acrylic was just as vibrant. Yeah.
So I've got like these big chunky
Yep.
Acrylic bits.
Yeah.
And they're huge.
Yeah. Those are metal in the
looking.
deluxe.
And then
where they go in your game, they're just replaced by metal. What do your dice look like?
Oh, dude, they're so good. They're so good. They're big.
Yeah, those are the normal dice.
Yep. Yeah, they look great. They look great. I'm a sucker for good components in a game, and
game's got it, man.
Got
it. It's so good. It's so well done. The components, the trays, the way you like when you're trying to buy the equipment, because there's only a certain amount of equipment available. So when you're trying, do I get money now so we can get some equipment because we're going to need it, or do I spend my dice in this way and re-roll them? Like the decisions you're making on the dice roll, like everything about that game is it's just really well done. It's fun, and you're getting a story out of it too. Like your brain is filling in the narrative that's happening, but like you get a preamble of what's going on. You're filling in the story, and either you win or the bad guys win, and it's good.
Well, and like Chicago is like the biggest town closest to me, and it's not that far, but like Millennium Park, you know what I mean? Yeah, New Chicago. Yeah, you're right.
It's New Chicago.
Yeah, but like it's like, oh, that's right. Like I know where that is. I know what they're talking about. Like I've seen these. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
But these,
and you have your research. You have to research the baddies, and then you have your health. But like when they come in, there's like that little marker that moves, and then it hits you different ways. If you're not paying attention, they like thematically. If you're not paying attention to the baddies, they're going to do more bad shit. So like if you're not paying attention to them, the meter goes, and every time the meter triggers, like certain things going to happen. It's going to happen worse if you're not paying attention. It's really cool. It's a really cool game.
Yeah, I've had friends that have loved this game for ages, and I was like, I need to have this game. And I was, like I said, I was trying to hold out. I was trying to hold out for the deluxe, and I had an opportunity to trade for that edition, which is still freaking beautiful. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Like, I'm not waiting anymore. I could, if the deluxe comes across my path, I could still get it. But at least I now, have it. It's not going anywhere. I'll get it.
I really don't know what the difference is. If you got your metal coins and you got your plastic barriers and you got your barricades and you got your plastic police or whatever they are, the only thing that really you might have the foil or the shiny cards rather than, or I think there was only like Kickstarter one that was shiny. I don't know. I really don't think you're missing much in the retail than you are instead, other than the metal over the acrylic.
Well, and again, the content is all there. So what does it matter?
Yeah.
What does it
matter? Game's good. The game works the way it is. It really does. Good shit.
All right, Mike. What's your numero uno there, sir?
All right. This is a stretch. I'd be surprised if so, I put out the Downtown Farmers Market, and that became a family favorite, and the Builders, Donnie's playing on BGA. So like, I'd be surprised if someone honestly, not just says this, but honestly knows about this game.
Here we go.
It's from 2014. So I took a year closer. Oh, there it is. There's the first time you buffered and left. Wow, that's a great shot. Damn it. Yeah, Brass Birmingham. You back?
I'm back.
There you are. Your sound is
from 2014.
Yeah. It's 6.6, so it's good. It's ranked 8,200.
Oh.
Like it's down there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know why. So it's a bag builder, and I think I would prefer to play this over almost every bag builder. Maybe not Orléans, but
I was going to say, I love Orléans.
Yeah, it's a good one. So it's bag building, it's got area majority, and it's got worker placement. So like, okay, I'm in. I like all those things that are going on. Every round, you have 5 workers, to play with. You get 6 if you control the main, I forget what it's called, but the central location on the map. The map is scaled based on a certain number of players, depending on how many there are. Certain areas are like, you start off where they're just inaccessible, so it makes the map a little bit tighter. The game is called King's Pouch.
Haven't heard of it.
Yeah. So on your turn, you're starting off with 4 blue cylinders, and they're just regular citizens, and you have 4 pre-printed things on your player board that they can go to. And some of the locations are split with blue and another color, which means blue can go there, but also the other color can go there. And then some of the locations are just blue, so only blue can go there. And then throughout the game, you'll build buildings or get new places to put your workers that only red can go there, only yellow can go there. And there's 3 different things. There's red, which is military, there's yellow, which is mercantile, and there's green, which is religious. And there are cylinders, hex cylinders, and cubes, little square cubes. And along the way, you're building up your workforce, you're building up your workers, but they're all going into the bag. They're coming out of the bag at 5 at a clip, so you get 5 to play with. You start with 4, 5 to play with. And then when you're done, they all get exhausted, and you pull from the bag until the bag is empty. Once the bag is empty, you refill with everyone that's been exhausted. But every time the bag is empty, or at the end of the round, you're putting in a purple cylinder, which are corrupt, and they're junking up your bag. There are ways to mitigate that with buildings you can do that turn them into something else. There's a place where you can put them. It's City Hall. 1 corrupted person does nothing, but 2 gives you something. And then every round you're spending your money to build stuff to make your player board bigger, to have more places to put your workers. The way that the game works and the choices it presents, do I go military? Do I take more of the land? Do I influence 5 of these characters that are different every game, that are going to give me some points at rounds 3, 6, and 9? I think 3, 6, and 8, 3, 6, and 9. The way that you're spending your money to get the stuff or influence people, how you're getting your points, what round to go in. There are so many things that work so well in that game that it needs to be, I don't know, revisited, redone. It's got to be one of those games that comes back around. If they're fucking doing Medieval Academy, there's no reason why someone shouldn't look into King's Pouch and redo King's Pouch. It hasn't left my house. It's still here. The game is like meaning it's not in the library, it's not in storage, it's still here. The game is, what country are you in, Trevor? Like, get that game if you can.
I think Trevor's in Korea, because I do see one of the publishers is Korea Board Games Co. And I'm pretty sure Trevor is out that way.
If you,
I could be wrong,
depending on how much it is, if you can buy multiple copies and send them to me, I'll pay you for them. They're so good. It's just I haven't seen them for sale. I haven't looked necessarily, but the game's great. The game's still great, and I would still play that over the majority of bag builders that I've, like, Hyperborea is good. Quacks is good. I still think that what King's Pouch gives is better than most of the stuff out there. Cool.
Wow. And yeah, Ryan, we're still going strong. I mean, we're probably relatively close to being done, but Mike and I, God damn it, we could go for ages.
Well, we went 2:15 without even going over. We almost didn't even do the thing. But.
We almost didn't do the thing. Yeah, I'm almost still like, did we do the thing yet? Because we were so hardcore on not doing the thing, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, and you jumped again. Unbelievable.
Oh, I'm buffered real quick, and I must. Sorry. My gerbil must have hit his limit.
That's twice now. It's probably running hot. It's probably telling you it's time. It's time.
Right. But yeah, we did eventually get to our list.
We did.
So many other things that we could have talked about.
We did the thing.
we did the thing, and we talked about a bunch of games that everybody should know about. So I'll run through my 5 real fast, just like 5 through 1, and then Mike, you give us yours one more time.
Sure.
And so in order, because I moved them all around now. Okay, yeah. So first one I did was Seppi, Fight in a Box Processing. Deeply disturbing theme, super funny. Processing, really fun game. And then I did my buddy Joey Vigor, Growl. This is back in its furry case from the Kickstarter edition. If you can't get Growl, you can get Attack of the Mind Flayer, Stranger Things. One of the better Stranger Things themed board games out there. Then there is Catnip Auction House, and this is 10 robot games. Reed Mascola, super fun, very accessible bidding game, and again, it's got Mubaka in it. What do you want? Like, just go home, just buy it. Then I got Pocket Paragons. This is the Origins box, so this was like their first version. I've got another box of their stuff over there. Solus Game Studios, really excited about that. Super fun. Can't wait to play Space Lion. I love Marvel Snap. I play it too much. And then my number 1, Nightmare Productions, badass game. Reiner Knizia. It's a reprint, but Trick or Treat Studios. I haven't played it yet, but they had one of the 2 Texas Chainsaw Massacre games that you could buy at Gen Con. Theirs was the only one that had like what looked like a skin bag that you pull tokens out of.
Yep.
But it looked like it was made of skin.
It was stitched.
So yeah. All right, Mike, what was your 5 again?
It's a good list. My number 5, I came out with Downtown Farmers Market. Love the replayability of it. It's 4x4 grid tile drafting from a market of food, trying to trigger scoring based on rows and columns and what can and can't or should and shouldn't be in them. Then I went to that one you were just holding up, the Reckoners, fully co-op based on Brandon Sanders's IP. Unbelievable production value, great lore, really great components, and it's really cool gameplay, the way everything works, the way the dice works, the way the re-rolling system works. I have to keep and decide what you're keeping and what you're doing. Then from there, I took a huge jump back to 2014 to a game I'm sad to see is getting a reprint because it looks like it's going to be a little bit different than the original, but seek out the original. It's called Medieval Academy. Tremendous replay, really fun drafting game where you're influencing 7 different boards, technically 6 because the joust is 2, but there are different sides, but you're influencing your chips on the boards based on when they score and how they score by drafting cards and then playing cards from your hand, which is also fun because you're trying to keep that one. You're trying to keep cards, and then you're going to react to people playing. If you think you have a lead in one board, you wait until you see if somebody drops a card in that competition, and then you follow up with something. Really fun game. Like I said, they're doing a new version. It says 2023, but it's by the same designer, which is good, but it looks like it's going to be completely different with a new board and everything. Then I went to what I would rather play over Splendor, called The Builders, and there's 2 different ones you can look up. The Builders Middle Ages or The Builders Antiquity. Antiquity is 2 years newer, but it's from Middle Ages from 2013. Really cool resource management game where you have a limited amount of actions you can do on your turn. You can do them multiple times, but you're trying to get workers into your workforce to present resources to build tools that'll help you build buildings faster and all that kind of engine building kind of thing. Really small footprint of a box, but really a lot of strategy and a lot of fun choices to make as you're playing the game. And then my number 1, which I wish was more prevalent, and maybe it will be, is from 2014 called King's Pouch, where it's full bag building. A lot of choices to be made on what you pull, how you can play them, how you're building up your places that you can put your workers. Do you want to build up the military and go in the land and do the thing to get points, or do you want to just build up and try and get your points in house? Really, really awesome game. So
you have some deep cuts on there that I feel like I really need to dig into. And again, Medieval Academy has been on my radar for like a while, and then I mean, it kind of just went away. But I mean, that's what happens, right? If you're not Wingspan or Terraforming Mars, you're just not always in the forefront.
Yep.
But I was running an event where we were giving away a new and shrink Medieval Academy, and I was like, I really want this game, and now I'm like, why didn't I get that game? Why didn't I just pull it off the shelf? Oh, it's because I'm not a monster. Well,
it's tough, right? Especially now. Like I tried to go with stuff. It wasn't just old. It wasn't just stuff that's under the radar. It's stuff that I think still would slap if put on the table today. Like I think King's Pouch.
Right.
Other than the art, I think King's Pouch would still do well on a table at a convention with friends, wherever you're playing it. I think it's still got the medieval Academy or the Middle Ages, the Builders game. I think they still have a lot to offer, even 10 years old.
Well, I would say that those games, not King's Pouch, but Medieval Academy and the other one, the artwork is contemporary enough that you put that on the table, no problem. I think King's Pouch is almost like a Concordia style game where you're like, shut up, don't look at the box cover, play this game with me, then tell me what you think. And then like, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that's a banger. Let's go.
For sure. Yep.
And there's definitely something to be said for games that just still kick ass, right? The longevity there, that haven't completely been re-implemented or replaced. So like I love bag building games. I think there should be more of them. I love Quacks. I really love Orleans. And it's like, oh, another bag builder, like sign me up. Like, let's do it. Especially if it hasn't been completely, like Dominion, for example, has been completely wiped out for me by other deck builders that I just like better, that I feel like do it better. And doesn't mean that game's not important, for what it did. But if it is yet to be replaced, like even better. Oh, that's so funny. Tried looking for King's Pouch and found Growl. You're welcome, Trevor.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like Dominion, if it's Dominion or it was just mentioned Star Realms, it's Star Realms, like all day Star Realms. But I think if King's Pouch is out there as a bag builder, like I might play King's Pouch over Quacks, and Quacks is fun, but I think King's Pouch beats it for me, just like the Builders beats Splendor for me, just like 13 words beats Just One for me. Like it's got more to it.
Oh, right on.
For me, it's just got more to it. So.
Oh my God. Is 13 words the one where like somebody's the captain and the captain picks one of the words and everybody's got to guess like which one the captain picked? Like that's the right answer. I just played that over Gen Con weekend and thought that game was freaking amazing. Awesome. What a great game.
Yeah. I got so at QSCon last year, Stefan Brunel was here. That was one of the first ones out of Captain Games. They've done a few. Their new one fell flat for me. I'm not a big Sides fan, but some people really loved it. But he left me the prototype, and I played that. Like the dials in that game are coming apart for me. So when I was at Gen Con this year, they had it, so I bought another copy. But that game, legit, I would play over Just One anytime. I think that game, it's just super fun. It has those moments. Just One does as well, and Just One is really approachable and easy to play with gamers and non-gamers. I get it. But what 13 Words does in those moments that it's happening, it's just, it took me by surprise.
Yeah. We walked away with some stories from our game, right? And of that. And so anytime you can play a game and you walk away with some stories, especially such a straightforward party game, like even better.
Yeah. For sure.
Evan,
sure.
I didn't play that version of Resident Evil. I played the one with minis, which was probably Resident Evil 2.
The 2 or the 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a
And
reskin.
first game to reskin.
I know it's hard to get
Yeah.
your hand too.
But like, I mean, I played Dominion and I'm like, oh, this is really cool. And then I started playing games like DC Deck Builder and other, Clank and shit like that. And I just never looked back, unfortunately, to Dominion and Star Realms, right? Like Star Realms, great game. But
you also have, I think it's a totally different monster, right? When you think of deck building, and if you were to go on anywhere and you look up deck building games, the list is just phenomenal, right? There's so many deck building games. When you go into like charcuterie, I split, you choose. There's not that big of a list. When you go into bag building or couch building or whatever, there isn't that big of a list. Like worker placement, shit. There's a ton of games that use worker placement. When you start cross-sectioning some of those things, there's a much smaller list to choose from. And it really, like, you can find those games easier than finding Clank and sticking with Clank because Clank is the deck builder. And you're not going to look back at other games because deck building has evolved so much.
Right. You know what's funny though is Clank is also in a negative way also a bag builder. Like you don't want to build that bag in Clank, which is again just one of the brilliant things about that freaking game. I love that. I love Clank, but yeah, no, that's really cool. But again, the one of the best things about this list though, Mike, is you talked about 5 games that I've never played. 2 of them, well, one of them I own, but I own because I was obsessed with it and was like, I want to play this game. I want it in my collection. And then the other one was Medieval Academy. And it's like, oh, I've wanted that game for a while. And now I hear you talk about it. It's like, holy shit. Yeah, I really do want that game. And then you've given me other games where it's like, well, I got to look that up. Like, can I just take a deck of cards and play Regicide now? You know what I mean? Like we're talking about all these other games and it's like,
no, it's great. There were a lot of games that were mentioned in the chat. Like I forgot who it was. Not Trevor. Maybe it was Trevor that put Hoax in one of the 5.
Oh, right.
There's also one that I don't think many people. That's a smaller. If it's the one I remember,
never played it.
Fantasy Flight game. And Regicide came out of the chat. But like your 5 that you mentioned are all on top of my list. Like I wrote them in because I have to go look them up now.
Oh, check them out. Check them out.
Nope.
I think they'll be really good. Ryan, just so you know, yeah, I really do like the Star Wars deck building game. I think it's pretty good. They do some nice tweaks to it because have you played that one yet?
I haven't played the Star Wars deck builder, not yet.
So you played Star Realms though, right? Okay, so basically in Star Wars, you're either playing as the Rebellion or the Empire, blah, blah, blah. So if there's, let's just say, for example, there's a TIE fighter in the lineup of cards that you could buy. Well, if you're the Empire, you can buy that card. If you're the Rebellion, you can use your attack power, but you can basically destroy that card out of the lineup. Cool. So you can't acquire it because you're the Rebellion and you're not going to fly a TIE fighter, but you can blow it up and you can attack it. And so that was a really fun kind of twist on that to like,
that's cool.
Refresh the market. Also keep away from your opponent, directly. Cause it sucks when Darth Vader is hanging out in that lineup and you're really trying to save up enough to get him. And, your opponent finds a way to knock him out of there. There's still ways to get him, but it's like, you're like, son of a bitch.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I really liked it.
To go back a little bit, David asked a question about the Queen and Rook.
Oh, okay.
The Queen and Rook is down in Philadelphia. Edward is a sweetheart of an individual. He is an unbelievable human doing amazing things in Philly. I was invited down in July to talk to students. He does an after-school program. He does a summer camp. And me and Keith actually went down and we talked about they had questions prepared, like they weren't yes, no questions. They were like thoughtful questions. But what he's doing down there he opened, I met him when I was with Funko, and he opened a game cafe at the end of 2019. So PAX 2019, we had an event there. And if you remember what happened in 2020, so he opened up his game cafe just before the world was shutting down, right? And he managed to thrive and expand throughout that entire time. Not only with the support of the community and being just a good human, he opened up a retail spot next door to where his cafe is. Just a stellar human. The whole group down there, if you're in Philly, if you go to PAX U, seek out the Queen and Rook. If you're passing by, if you're in town, they're just amazing. Edward's a sweetheart, but the place is just great. And they're growing again, which I think this year by PAX they'll be in the new location, which I saw when we were down there in July, and man, it's going to be beautiful. So the Queen and Rook Game Cafe is down in Philly. Check them out.
Hell yeah, man. That's very cool.
Yep.
That's very cool. We gotta support the All-Stars, right? We gotta support the good people going out there and doing good things, because there's not enough of them. We gotta highlight them.
Yeah, he's one of them for sure.
Well, Mike, it is midnight, and we barely talked about our topic. I'm very proud of us.
We talked for almost 2 hours about the topic.
Did we? Was it 2 hours? It felt like maybe it was only like an hour.
No,
maybe it was 2 hours.
It was like 2:20 by the time we started, and now it's 4, so almost 2 hours, over an hour and a half.
Okay.
We talked.
Yeah, we're getting plenty of time. I don't know what they're complaining about.
Wasn't the topic than we did of the topic.
That's fair. That is fair. Oh yeah, I'm going back and looking at the comments, and so yeah, it looks like we were pretty close. So yeah, that's fair. But man, thank you for coming on, doing a show. Only with you could we troll our poor viewers for 2+ hours. not even. There might have been like 2 times where I intentionally steered us away, but for the most part, it was very just like, hey, we're just bullshitting, having a good time. We'll get there when we get there. Yep. You know, but the true believers know what's up, you know, and they're here for it. And then everybody else, well, they'll figure it out, or they'll. David, no, we've not. We're gonna film our video on that this weekend, and I should mention it now that nobody's watching. We still are waiting for the person to claim their Castles of Burgundy giveaway. So we're gonna give them a few more days, and then we're gonna redraw a winner for that, because it was technically gonna wait a week, but it'll be like 2 weeks, but. It's such a huge giveaway. It's kind of like, oh, you really want to make sure that somebody didn't miss out on their opportunity for it.
Did you post in the Discord about that?
I don't think I have yet. The dude who won Frosthaven reached out immediately, so that was easy. I don't think that I don't know who the person is that won. Burgundy. Otherwise, I just would have messaged him and been like, hey, dude, you won. But yeah, I need to post in the Discord that if they don't respond, we're going to redraw them on Sunday.
Discord's rough because not everybody uses their real name. So like they might see it and be like, oh shit, I won. Right.
Yeah. So we try to give people plenty of time, but we responded to their YouTube comment, you know, and stuff like that. So you hope that would like ping them. But then, yes, we're going to have, David, we're going to have 2 stacks of 5 games each that are leftovers from the unclaimed raffle winners at Gen Con. And so you're just going to win that stack of games. There's stack A and stack B. And so get those games, do with them what you will. So,
cool.
But we will probably, I've got to confirm it. We might live stream that on Sunday, but I'll let you guys know more than like 5 minutes ahead of time. We'll actually, I'll say something by tomorrow or Friday, and then maybe we will redraw that Burgundy winner if we don't hear from them. And then we haven't done it yet, but we still have a Stuff a Legend to give away. I just wanted it to be able to breathe on its own. I don't want it to get like overshadowed by a different giveaway.
Overshadowed. I like
that's still coming down the pipe. Yeah, man. No. We want it to have its own thing. But yeah, it was good that Mike, did you hear what we did with Mission Control? So Mission Control, we gave that away, right? The guy who won, Donnie was in the chat when we drew for the winner. And I put Donnie on the spot and I'm like, oh, hey, Corey and Donnie, you got to sign the screen. You got to sign their Mission Control while we're at Gen Con. So I took their Mission Control, the one that we gave away. And I took my copy of Mission Control. And I was interviewing somebody when they were doing the demo of Mission Control in the booth and filming it, right? They're finishing. I run to use the restroom. I come back. Corey and Donnie gone. And I'm like, oh, did you guys get the Mission Control signed? And they're like, oh, yeah, we got it signed for the giveaway. And I'm like, did you get mine signed? Why? Like, there's 2 copies of Mission Control sitting there. Why did you think there was 2 copies? I don't know. You guys fucking suck. So we got the winner of our giveaway. I know that I can find Corey and Donnie at another convention and get mine signed. It'll be fine. I'm a big boy. But I had to give those guys a really hard time about, like, come on, dude. There's 2 of them sitting there. Why wouldn't you get them both signed? Why would you only get one signed? It's hard not to take it personally, right? Like,
did you ask them to get it signed?
They knew because I was on the stream with Mike when I said, I'm going to bring my copy and this is where I'm going to have Corey and Donnie sign it. And then, the giveaway guys can win it and they can do it. They can do it on the giveaway game.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going to say to those clowns is that, substances can affect your memory. And I think that's what happened. I think they're just a little, cooked a little too long on the burner. I don't know, man. I would have remembered for my friend to get their game signed.
Well, where you can get it signed.
Oh shit! September 23rd,
21st,
Syracuse, New York. Oh, 21st.
They'll both be there. Just saying.
Syracuse, New York. Yeah, they're coming up from Vermont, right?
Yeah.
They're the worst.
Right around the corner.
God, they're the worst.
Mm-hmm.
You're the worst too.
I know. I won't stop until you're here. I'm just saying.
Guys. I know it's happening next year. 2024. It's happening. It's happening.
You and Mike both said the same thing. Evan said the same thing. Evan's coming next year. Matt's coming next year, and we'll see. We'll have a hell of a lineup of everybody coming next year.
No doubt. And I'm not doing anything for the rundown. I'm there to just frickin' play games.
Oh, we'll have to do something.
We'll do something. We'll do something. But I'm definitely there to play some games and just hang out with the people that are all awesome that show up at your thing. Because it's badass and I envy it from afar for right now.
Yeah. You'll be here. You'll be here eventually.
Do you guys still have tickets available and stuff?
I haven't checked. Actually, I haven't checked since this afternoon's thing with Chris and his brother, but there was one. Yeah, there's still one VIP badge remaining, and then less than 45 of the weekends and the day pass.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
There you go, guys. Don't miss out on your chance. You got less than a month.
Yeah. What's today? 22nd? 24th? Yeah, less than a month.
Yeah. Hottest board game con in Syracuse, New York all year. It's going to be the best one. It's the best one you can go to.
Very lucky. I'm very lucky to know a lot of people that come and hang out for 4 days. 5, really.
Well, you put good out in the universe and good comes back to you, man. I mean, that's what it is. You got a lot of awesome people. You got a lot of awesome people out there. And people that are willing to travel to see you and hang out. And that's not for nothing. That's not because you're an asshole. That's for damn sure. So,
I mean, I can be, but I try not to be.
Well, you know, only in Discord when people want to fight with you.
I mean, no.
No.
I just leave the conversation.
Oh, they had it coming. That's it, man. That's it. But all right, guys. Well, we'll sign off. This has been awesome. Mike, never a disappointment, dude.
Always.
Never a disappointment.
Thanks for including me. I love being here.
Oh, dude, it is truly my pleasure. Because again, we could just talk shit all night and never even get to a list. And who cares? Because I don't. Because I'm here for the chat. I'm here to hang out with you. And all of that is always fun and top notch.
Yeah, I love the chat. That was very active.
But yeah, guys.
Love the engagement tonight. That was great, guys.
Yeah, we watch you do it over on the full 42 and then we copy it and do it over here. So it works out pretty good.
It's all good stuff.
Pretty good. Steal from the best, right? Is what it is.
Yeah, what is it? What is it? Copying is the greatest form of flattery. What's that? There's a line there that's much smarter than me at night.
Yeah. Exactly. Same. If it wasn't midnight and I was a lot smarter, I might remember that line as well.
Yeah, I forget what it's
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
That's it.
Yeah.
Imitation.
Yeah, something like that. But the name is Discord and you expected Accord. Thank you, David. You were correct. But yeah, you guys rock. Thank you all for being here. And I appreciate you putting up with Mike and I's shenanigans all damn night. It's been a blast. So for the board game rundown, I've been Tim.
I've been Mike.
Yeah, there he is over there. That way I can point. All right, guys. We'll see you next time.